जाइए हर पुरख निरंजना, नित जाइए हर पुरख निरंजना।
Satkartar dosto, Waheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji ki Fateh, Assalamu alaikum, Namaskar. Welcome to the 175th YaarAnād Virtual Baiṭhak Series, Mēlā. This is the season 2nd of the series and the 14th episode, of course. It is my pleasure to be in conversation with Antion Vikram Singh today. He's joining live from Phoenix, Arizona. The series, of course, as you all know, is dedicated to the 9th Guru's 400th birth anniversary. That is Sahib Sri Gurū Teg Bahādur, who's quite a percussionist. He played the pakhāwaj. He's my predecessor in the Amritsari Baj, what is known as Amritsari Baj, or the oldest of all Punjab Bajas. As a young, Sahibzada, as Baba Tyagmal, he studied with the legendary Rababi Bhai Babak, and of course, his family elders. He sang. He was a poet. So his contribution is in terms of poetry, of course, Bani. The languages that he sang in, Maithili to Maghai to Punjabi and all that. But apart from that, his contribution of Rāga Jaijaiwantī is also noted. He's said to be the oldest noted recorded Maestro or Grand Elder who sang in Rāga Jaijaiwantī. Many attribute the creation of the Raga to him. So I'm very, very glad to be in conversation with Vikram today. Antion was born in London as Vic Briggs. He's a musician, singer, he's a rock star from the Stone Age, 1960s. He's a sound healer, guitarist, and a recording artist. He's also a Hawaiian chanter, and I shared one video which was very kindly shared by Vikram with all of us. He's also Sikh Kīrtaniā and a teacher. He grew up listening to Bill Haley, Elvis Presley, and Little Richard. We'll get to ask him plenty about them. He mastered the guitar at a very young age, and at 16, he was playing with the Cruisers Rock combo. Big Jim Sullivan became his mentor and secured his entry to the Echoes, where Vic met many of the top names of Brit rock of that time, including Cliff Richard, the Beatles, and Bill Fury. He played with bands like Peter Nelson and the Travelers and toured with the Shell Carson combo until he joined the Echoes. He met Brian Auger, the founder of the Steam Packet, with Long John Baldry, Rod Stewart, and Julie Driscoll, and asked him to join. He left the Steam Packet to join Jimi Hendrix's The Animals. Listening to vocal music in the Dhrupad style by the Nagar brothers and of Bansuri, which is the flute, Indian flute music by Pannalal Ghosh, sort of opened up a fascination for Indian classical music. He then performed and created records with musicians like Johnny Halliday and produced for Capitol Records, Jim Gordon and Michelle Rubini, among others. After a stint in LA music, he visited India and started playing the sarod and following a yogic discipline. He has sung in gurudwaras all over North India, including the Golden Temple. Currently, he provides voice empowerment sessions and workshops in sacred voice and secrets of the yoga of sound. दोस्तों, मेरे जानी दुश्मनों, दरिंदों, परिंदों, पूतों, प्रेतों, जी आया नो। ये 175वां मेला हैगा यारनाद वर्चुअल बैठक सीरीज़ दा और दूजा सीजन जड़ा साहिब श्री गुरु तेग बहादुर महाराज दे 400वें प्रकाश पुरब नू समर्पित हैगा। उस विच मैं आप सारिਆਂ ਨੂੰ जी आया आखदा हाँ। अज दी ये जिहड़ी 14वीं कड़ी है दूजे सीजन दी, ये मेरा सुभाग है, मैनूं बड़ी खुशी है कि एंटियन विक्रम सिंह हुणी फिनिक्स तो जुड़ रहे ने। वो 1960 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ एक रॉक स्टार सन, सिख कीर्तनीय भी हनगे। छोटी उम्र ਵਿੱਚ ही उन्होंने गिटार के उत्ते मुहारत वजाण ਵਿੱਚ उन्होंने मुहारत हासिल की सी। ਉਹ ਨਾਦ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਹੀਲ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਮਰਹਮ ਵੀ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਰਿਕਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਵੀ ਹਨਗੇ। ਹਵਾਈ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਾਪੂ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਖਾਸ ਯਾਨੀ ਸਨੇਹ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੈਂਟਿੰਗ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਘੰਟਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਅਲੱਗ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ। ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਕੰਢੇ 'ਤੇ ਉਹ ਗਿਟਾਰ ਵਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਅਤੇ ਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਚਪਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਲ ਹੇਲੀ, ਐਲਵਿਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸਲੀ ਅਤੇ ਲਿਟਲ ਰਿਚਰਡ ਦੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਅ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗਿਟਾਰ ਤਾਂ ਛੋਟੀ ਉਮਰ 'ਚ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉਸਤਾਦੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਾ ਲਈ ਸੀ, ਜਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਮੁਹਾਰਤ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪਾ ਲਈ ਸੀ। 16 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰੂਜ਼ਰਸ ਰੌਕ ਕੰਬੋ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੈਂਡ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸ਼ਿਰਕਤ ਪਾ ਲਈ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਉਹਦੇ ਸ਼ਰੀਕ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਨ। ਅਤੇ ਬਿਗ ਜਿਮ ਸਲੀਵਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਟਰ ਬਣੇ, ਔਰ ਐਕੋਜ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਵਾਈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਕ ਬ੍ਰਿਗਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਬਚਪਨ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਸੀ, ਜਨਮਾਂਦਰੂ ਨਾਂ ਸੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਈ ਬ੍ਰਿਟ ਰੌਕ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਨਾਂ ਸੀ, ਕਲਿਫ ਰਿਚਰਡ ਵਰਗੇ, ਬੀਟਲਸ ਵਰਗੇ ਅਤੇ ਬਿਲੀ ਫਿਊਰੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਆਦਾਨ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਸੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਪੀਟਰ ਨੈਲਸਨ ਅਤੇ ਟਰੈਵਲਰਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਂਡ ਸਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਜਾਇਆ। ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਟੂਰ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਸ਼ੈਲ ਕਾਰਸਨ ਕੰਬੋ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਫਿਰ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਕੋਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੈਂਡ ਸੀ, ਦੀ ਐਕੋਜ਼, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਾਕਾਇਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਫਿਰ ਬ੍ਰਾਇਨ ਔਗਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਦ ਸਟ੍ਰੀਮ ਪੈਕਟ ਫਾਊਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਲੌਂਗ ਜੌਨ ਬਾਲਡਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਡਾਟ ਸਟੀਵਰਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਤੇ ਜੂਲੀ ਡ੍ਰਿਸਕਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਟ੍ਰੀਮ ਪੈਕਟ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਜਾ। ਇਹ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਮੀ ਹੈਂਡਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੈਂਡ ਸੀ ਦ ਐਨੀਮਲਸ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਰੀਕ ਹੋਏ ਸਟ੍ਰੀਮ ਪੈਕਟ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਇਜ਼ ਬੀਨ ਕੁਆਇਟ ਅ ਟਰੈਵਲਰ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੜਾ ਚਾਅ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਈ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੌਰ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੁੱਛੀਏ। ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈ ਧੁਰਪਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਡਾਗਰ ਬੰਧੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਾਣਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨੀ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰੀ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਖਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਅਤੇ ਬੰਸਰੀ ਪੰਡਿਤ ਪੰਨਾ ਲਾਲ ਘੋਸ਼ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੰਸਰੀ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੋਹਿਆ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹ ਫਿਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵੀ ਆਏ। ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਯੋਗ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ, ਉਹਦੀ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਰਫੋਰਮੈਂਸਿਸ ਤਾਂ ਕਈ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਿਕਾਰਡਸ ਵੀ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਜੌਨੀ ਹੈਲਡੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਅਤੇ ਕੈਪੀਟਲ ਰੈਕਰਡਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਜਿਮੀ ਗਾਰਡਨ ਲਈ, ਮਿਸ਼ਲ ਰੂਬੀਨੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਅਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਕਈ ਵੱਡੇ ਨਾਮ ਨੇ। LA ਦੇ, ਲਾਸ ਐਂਜਲਸ ਦੇ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਉਣਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਰੋਦ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ, ਅਤੇ ਯੋਗ ਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਆਪ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਵੀ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਖਾਇਆ ਵੀ। तमाम गुरुद्वारियां च इन्होंने गाया कीर्तन, और खास करके दरबार साहब दे विच भी इन्होंने 17 दे विच उत्थे कीर्तन किया। इस वेले ये जिहड़े वॉइस एम्पावरमेंट दे जिहड़े सैशन हनगे ਉਹ ਇਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੇਕਰਡ ਵੌਇਸ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸੀਕ੍ਰੇਟਸ ਨੇ ਯੋਗ ਆਫ ਸਾਊਂਡ ਦੇ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪਸ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆਓ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਵੈਲਕਮ ਕਰੀਏ ਐਂਟਨ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਣਾ ਨੂੰ। ਐਂਟਨ, welcome to you. That was fantastic. Satkartar, Vikram, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm just turning my tempura off.
I saw a photo of you with a bust nose a few months ago. Did Alandra fist you with the right or the left?
No, it was a skin cancer thing.
Come on, don't lie.
You see, I have a big patch on my my nose.
I see. No, I thought maybe it was Alandra's work, but I was wondering whether a right hand or a left punch. It was wonderful to listen to you. I enjoyed the videos. Bhavdeep shared one with me, and I showed that already. And there was one on the sea, I think on the banks. It was in Hawaii. The one with you on the banks is in Hawaii. That was very nice. And of course, I shared a couple of. I think one video was you leading a yoga session with I think it was Rasna Japti Tuhi Tuhi, and then we had also from the Guru Ramdas Ashram, I think from Phoenix, when you were singing. I was very moved by the idea that you were remembering the Chote Sahibzade and of course Gurū Teg Bahādur. As I mentioned to everyone, that this second season is dedicated to the fourth centenary of Gurū Teg Bahādur and his contribution. So I was very personally very moved by that video, because I thought it was very relevant, and I thought of sharing that with everyone.
Thank you.
How has it been? I mean, now, how do you look back? It has been some time, a few ages. You've seen plenty from the 60s, all that was happening with the talking of healing. The world currently needs a lot of healing. We are meeting, we've met in person in the past, of course, but we are now forced to meet virtually to the cyberspace, and you're a healer. And we've seen recently, of course, what happened in the US as well now with the insurrection. It is not about the politics of it. It is the hatred that we as people carry. The idea of supremacy, the idea of narcissism, the idea of the subaltern, that you are lesser than I am and I am greater than you are. How do you see you had the chance of seeing all that happened in the 60s, the struggle of human rights, of equal rights, and then you've been through it all. How do you see the world now after all this journey?
In spite of how bad things look, I believe the world is on the verge of a great step forward. You know, sometimes you have to go to the brink to be able to change. That's what happened in my life. The reason why I became spiritual and eventually became a Sikh was because my life came to such a low ebb that I had nothing to do. I was forced to pray. And I said, God, whoever you are, wherever you are, I need something different. I need my life to be spiritual. And things just happened really quickly. And, you know, like they say in Gurbani, Guru Sahib took me by the hand and led me into a spiritual way of life. And that's how I discovered Sikhi. And talking about Sikhi, to me, the message of Gurū Nānak Sahib is more relevant than ever. The idea of equality between people, that's very, very important. The idea of doing seva for people is very, very important. But even more so than that, the idea to be ready to sacrifice for truth, for life, for the good of others, like you said, the Shahidi of Gurū Teg Bahādur Sahib, this is more relevant than ever. And that's why I'm, you know, even though, as you know, I love Shastriya Sangeet, I love Gurbani Sangeet. That's been my life for years and years and years. But now my life is becoming focused on using Western music to pass on the message of Gurbani. Because the fact of the matter is, Westerners, they can grow to like Shastriya Sangeet. They can grow to like...
There is this. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
I cannot hear you well. Just a sec. Just a sec.
Okay.
There's a sound problem at my end. It happened a few days ago. Let us see if it goes away.
How's that?
Yes.
Okay. So, look, I love Sangeet in all forms, but it's a very hard sell for Westerners. And Westerners need, not just Westerners, the whole world needs the message of Gurū Nānak Sahib. It needs the message of Gurbani. And what I'm trying to do now is to use Western music to bring that message in such a way that people can understand it. So when I sing, even though I use Gurbani, I try to interject English translations. And people come to me and they say, oh, they said, it's so wonderful to have the English translation because I understand the message. And of course, Gurbani is great, but if you don't understand the message, you're missing a huge part of it.
But before we come to, you know, talking of music, it is obvious. I mean, I'm hearing it from many wise quarters that, you know, we need to hit rock bottom before we can move upwards. But history, talking of Gurū Teg Bahādur, I mean, who would have thought that the world would not change for the better after the martyrdom of Guru Arjan Dev? That was like the Mughal emperors, his intelligence head said that the Mughal empire's population was 90 million, you know, and that 70 million had become Sikhs, were Nanak Panthis. There was not a single village in the Mughal empire where there was at least not one Gursikh. And that if Guru Arjan wanted, he could tip the you know, throne towards, he could be the king maker. It was obvious that he didn't want to be king or the emperor of India, but that he could influence, and there was a lot of energy, you know, as I've seen within family feuds and intrigues within the family. My own family is very large. I've seen plenty of, you know, I have plenty of experience seeing, and as an analyst, as a witness to see. And this is when there is not even a sultanate to fight for. Imagine when there is the treasury, there is the fame, the name, the grace, the worship and the devotion when that comes, everybody wants not just a piece of it. Some people did want within the family, as we know, Baba Prithi Chand played a massive role in the eventual martyrdom of Guru Arjan Dev. But people thought, oh, maybe this is it, now we're going to change for the better. Then, if that was not done, then Guru Hargobind, the Akal Takht and Darbar Sahib is being attacked. Then came the martyrdom of Gurū Teg Bahādur. We thought the world is coming to a still. That didn't stop. The Kali Yuga, the Maya, as Kabir Sahib says, Kahat Kabir Panch ko jhagda. The entire fight is with the five vices, he says. The Kama, it's the Kamana. It's not just mere lust or to do with sexuality. It's aspiration, it's lust for anything. Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Hankar. He says the entire fight is about these five. The entire fight is because of this five. And Jhagat Janam Gavaya. And we have spent our entire lifetime fighting because of these, hypnotized by either Kam or Krodh or Lobh or Moh or Hankar. And we see Aurangzeb is whom you mention as Guru Gobind says that, you think you claim that you are a Muslim, that you are anti-idol worship, but I have not seen a greater idol worshipper than you. Because you are unique. You turned yourself into an idol and had everyone worship you. And anyone who would not bow to you, you're against him. So this has happened before. In spite of that, we see, Anandpur being ransacked. We see the Char Sahibzade having to lose their life. We thought maybe that's hit rock bottom. But it is now we see, look at the authoritarian kind of tendencies, the alt-right, the alt-left. We have seen Naxalite movements here, where the violence is sort of the offensive sword. Like Guru Nānak has given us the sword, which is Kripan, which is the sword to defend. It is not to offend. It is like a sword which gets blunt when you attack, but it is sharp when you defend. It's a sword, very unique sword that the Guru has given. So I sort of have become cynical. The point is, and I would want you to share your thoughts on that. We've seen rock bottom, but I see that there are many people, not individuals, but they are followers. There's an entire herd waiting out there in every generation which wants to remain, not just, they want to remain glued to the bottom. And they love the bottom. They want the bottom to go even further down. Is it sort of only an empty rhetoric for me? Kali Yuga, as Kabir Sahib, to finish that thought that Jagarat Janam Gavaya, we spent the entire life fighting, fooled by these five, and Chuthi Maya sab jag bandhya. This false Maya has captured, has bonded the entire world. And Kabir Sahib says, Main Ram Ramat Sukh Paya. Yes, individually we can find Sukh by engaging in the dhyan of the one who's omniscient. Ram is Aprabhamsh of Ramaiya, the one who is omniscient, who's omnipresent. It is a short form of Ramaiya, like Sham is short form of Samiya. Hari is short form of Hariya. Aprabhamsh of that. Individually is okay, but we are of no consequence. We see in India as well. We see in Europe as well. I don't know what to make of when you say that, it had to hit rock bottom. I'm glad that masks are off. We see where, in India, where there is a racist against the underserved, against the Shudras, backward classes, the kind of narcissistic and the caste attitude, high caste attitude here, the Brahminic attitude as it is called. We've seen in Europe and in the West the kind of white supremacy, etc., etc. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know how you see this.
Well, let me tell you this. If I may quote the great American statesman Thomas Jefferson, who said that the tree of freedom needs to be watered once in a while with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It's its natural fertilizer. And the point about that is that life goes in cycles, and humankind goes in cycles. So people get freedom, people get inspiration, and in freedom, people decline because people need a certain point to push against. Point of, for example, the Khalsa, right? The Khalsa ended the Mughal Empire, at least in India. And then we had the reign of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. And what happened after that? Because the need of people to find a cause depends on those people being subject to some kind of external pressure. And what is happening in the world now, in India, I imagine, because I don't know what it's like there, you get the news from people like CNN, MSNBC, people like that, okay? In United States, the overwhelming majority of people now realize that those networks are totally corrupt, totally corrupt. What you've been seeing over the last few months, actually over the last 5 years, is a total corruption of truth. But the internet has allowed people to see that that is not the reality. That's why, for example, you know, there was the movement in France, what's it called, the Gilets jaunes, the yellow, right?
The yellow jackets.
They were so fed up with government intervention in other countries. Well, look at in India.
Yeah.
What's going on? The Kisan. I mean, this is an amazing experience to see that. And it's because people have had it. People are totally fed, well, not everybody, but a lot of people have had it with being, if I say gaslighted, you know what I mean, gaslighted? Yeah. You know, being told that reality is one thing. And from where I stand and the people I talk, well, a lot of people I talk to here are still in the dream state, like you say. They just want to go on with their lives and nothing changes because they're reasonably comfortable. But there's a lot of people here see that life is not as it's being portrayed on TV. And they want things to be different. They don't like this government control. They don't like to be told that they have to lock down their businesses, let their businesses be ruined, let their families be broken up, let their elders die alone because they're not allowed to come in and see them. There's an awful lot of resentment and people are looking for solutions. And a lot of people actually are becoming more spiritual because of that, believe it or not. I mean, that's what happened to me. I had to become spiritual because it was either that or some kind of death. Death by alcohol, death by drugs, death by suicide. So I had to find my spirituality. And what I see around me is that people are just being pressured and they've been brought to the brink in the United States. The next few days in the United States may be very interesting. I'll say no more than that because we agreed not to talk politics.
No.
But
no, I didn't agree. I mean, you said it, no politics, but I didn't say yes.
Okay. Well, anyway, I see hope in all this, believe it or not.
Well, I mean, I don't have to play devil's advocate because I'm the devil incarnate.
You know that.
But I have noted also the fact that the good in the bad. I mean, as I say, Guru Sahib says, "How main dirgh rog hai, daru bhi isma hai." There is no worse disease than ego and infatuation. Right. But then the medicine, the remedy is within too. In a way that it has brought out the primary cause. I mean, the primary of the disease. It has exposed us what we are. And unless we are exposed and we come to terms with it, there can be no healing. There can be no medicine. And that is what it has done. Initially, it was like chic to be a white supremacist, right? Within the circles of their own, they thought we were gods. We were here in India. We have the high caste, the high class attitude, as well as a very grand elder who was like a left thinker and a pedagogue. Professor Randhir Singh would say, what you mentioned about when life is comfortable enough. He called it the secession of the successful. That when you become successful, prayer goes away. You say, all right, now I'm comfortable. Maybe I'll pray tomorrow. Maybe I meditate tomorrow. It says when you're in trouble is when you find you're looking for prayer. You're looking for a straw to hang on and not to drown within the mess that there is around. But that is what it is. I think the agitations, etc. are... there's another quote from Bani, which is often quoted. Jit tan lage so tan jane. Here in India, we also see, it's a jit tan lage, the one who gets the pinch, who gets the hurt. The one who gets hurt is the one who knows the hurt. Jit tan lage, so tan jane. The body...
Well, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but I can tell you, in the United States right now, there's an awful lot of people praying. There's an awful lot of people praying because people are really, really scared.
Yeah, but again, that comes to the politics of prayer. Now, if I pray to my God and you pray to your God, right, quote unquote God, and that if a prayer is born out of the idea of the subaltern, that I am going to heaven and you are certainly not going to heaven, if that is the idea. But there is one prayer which Guru Baba Nanak showed us, Kabir Sahib showed, Baba Sheikh Farid showed, is the one karta, the one creatore, the one who's the doer of all, and not just a Christian God or a Sikh God or a Hindu God or a Vaishnav Sakat Shaiva God or a Shia Sunni or a Jew God. But people are praying within their own cults and looking at the other. Kabir Sahib says, Jab apa par ka mit gaya, when the duality of mine and thine, the one which is ours and theirs and not ours, until that divide is bridged, there's no future, there's no peace. So even if there is prayer, I find that prayer flawed. If it is not praying and if a scripture teaches you that only you are going to go to heaven and not the other, if you do not believe this, you're going to... It's not a scripture. It's a rupture. It's creating a rupture between me and the totality. A gyan is gyan which teaches me that Karta Purkh Parmeshwara, the creation is incomplete without me. And it is incomplete without you too. That we are part of the whole. We are done by the same doer. So let us pray to the one who does, the one who is beyond language, beyond comprehension, beyond knowing. That Karta, we don't pray to that one. We pray to the one we know. Then we say God is beyond knowing. I mean, any prayer which is caught in the fissure of ignorance, I wonder, how can that prayer have any effect? A prayer is born out of effect.
God hears all prayers. God hears all prayers. You know that.
No, God can hear, but we are screwing up the planet.
Well, that's
God is proven deaf. Vikram, come on. Well, Guru Nānak is crying out loud to the first prayer of its kind, which says, Hey Creator, oh Creator, you were not pained. Look at the mayhem that Babur came and caused. Humanity suffered such blood and rape and looting, such hatred. Were you not praying? You are the Creator. So Creator, Madai, I have had enough of this Creator. But I, of course, love it because I'm blessed with the song. Kabir Sahab's composition, you would love this. It's a dand di taan, it's a scold, a ragic scold, an ancient composition. My voice is all dead. I had a 9-hour session last night I'm supposed to be teaching, all my students would be furious. It says, ऐसा तैं जग भर में लाया. Kabir Sahib says, ऐसा तैं जग भर में लाया. I mean, you, aisa, in such a bloody crazy manner, you have, sort of entrapped, cast the net of ignorance on the entire world. Kabir Sahib 6 centuries ago. That karta we are talking about.
Allah, Nure Upaya, Kudrat ke sab bande. एक नूर थे सब जग उपजा कौन बाले को मंदे. And you know what that means, but I'll translate it anyway. It says, first Allah created the light, and from that light came the whole of the universe. In that universe, Allah created the living beings. So who is good and who is bad? The creator, or the potter with the clay, created all these earthen vessels, meaning people. There's nothing wrong with the creator, nothing wrong with the potter, there's nothing wrong with the pottery. In other words, everything is as it should be.
That's true. That's true. But that's for the sadhu to know. That's for the sadhu to know. Ape kanda tol taraji, ape tol andhara. The Gurū Nānak himself. That's that you're the measure, you're the measured, you're the measurer, you're the weight, you're the vendor, you're the buyer, you're the sufferer. But that's for the Brahmgyanis. That's for the ones who know. But the rest of the world is living in the crap.
But our only responsibility is to try and become a Brahmgyani. It says that in Gurbani.
But the Karta Purkh Parmeshwara can do like this. And yet we are, we are sort of consuming everything.
I know.
But isn't it crazy? This entire Karta Purkh Parmeshwara is such a crazy, crazy little fellow. Or a felon, I would say. Maybe a felon. The creator of, Noor, why the bad? Just so that the Karta Purkh Parmeshwara can taste the good better. Come on. It's such a catch-22. Anyway, it was fun talking about that part. But yes, as Niranjan has also written, Nirvair's daughter, you're in Phoenix, so another Phoenix girl who's in LA, she says, yes, exposure allows for healing. Thank you for this conversation by Zabji and Antion Vikram ji. They like you and love you, so they hate me, I know that.
Well, you probably deserve that.
I absolutely deserve it. I get sick when I don't get a news that somebody's been backstabbing. I say, what happened? Am I suddenly out of relevance? I feed, I live on. There's one nutcase in Ludhiana I heard. That guy is posting on Facebook saying, Bhai Baldeep Singh, give an answer. How many strings of Gurū Nānak's Rabab had? Ha ha ha. And he's blocked me. I can't even get he's not even writing an email. That's the kind of world I have to live in. Anyway, everybody's asking, how come Sikhi? Spirituality, the idea of spirituality, everybody claims, as Gurū Nānak has said, Sun vada hai sab koi. Kevad vada ditha hoy, but who reads the second part? Sun vada hai sab koi. There's so much of hearsay, so much of things said in the name of spirituality. People who have no idea about what spirituality is, they've written books and scriptures on spirituality. They don't know about oneness, but they speak of one God. How come I did too. How did you meet Baba Nanak?
Well,
and why?
Well, that's such a huge question. Why don't we go back to the very beginning?
Yes, let's go to the beginning. But we can start from here.
Okay. Well, I went to England. I'm from England, but I'm an American. I was born an American in England. I'll explain that in a minute. And I was living in Los Angeles. I started doing yoga with Harbhajan Singh Yogi. And I went back to London to teach yoga. When I got to London, I met, I'm sure you know who Kartar Singh Lalwani is.
Yes.
Very
the hotelier, yeah.
No, he's the vitamin.
Oh, he's the vitamin guy. I see.
Yeah. But anyway, I met him, and he was very kind to me. And he put me in touch with a ragi in Southall, Gyani Joginder Singh Sadhu, very nice man. So I went to his place. First time I went to his place, I wasn't wearing a turban, and he was nice to me, but he was a little reserved. Next time I went back, I was wearing a turban. I didn't really know what it meant. But on his wall in his living room, he had all these pictures. You've seen them, by Mati Das, by Taru Singh, Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji. Everybody's seen those pictures, right? Now here I am, a 25-year-old American in England, and I'm looking at these pictures and I go, what am I getting myself into here? I didn't sign up for this.
You mean once upon a time you were 25 years old?
I knew this was going to be a tough day today, but anyway, back to my story. But I went home and thought about it, and I had the realization that those pictures, they meant commitment, sacrifice, love, service, duty. And these were things that were not in my life because they were hardly in anybody's lives. Still today, it's like that. And something shifted inside of me. And I realized that those were things that I wanted. And I felt that the path of Gurū Nānak, even though I really didn't know much about Gurū Nānak at the time, I felt that I would get these things from following Gurū Nānak. And so that's how I began my study of Gurbani and Kirtan.
I see.
With this man, Gyani Joginder Singh. He was a good man. He's dead now, but he was a good man. He did a lot of seva for Westerners who wanted to become Sikh. Gave me a harmonium, gave me clothes.
I see.
And in those days, I don't know how it is now in London, but in those days, even though there were quite a few Gurdwaras, there's more now, people would have programs in their own homes, much more than I see these days. So Gyaniji, every weekend, he'd be going 3 or 4 different homes, and he started taking me along with him.
I see.
And I was learning Gurmukhi, but the best thing was that obviously I had the Amrit Kirtan. So he had quite a large family, 2 or 3 daughters, 3 sons, I think. One of whom I think is watching this right now.
I see.
Hey Gogo, if you're watching, Sat Sri Akal Ji. So we'd go to these people's homes, and somebody would open up the Amrit Kirtan for me, and they'd say, okay, that's the Shabad. So when you're doing a Shabad, the line gets repeated and repeated and repeated. So it didn't take me long to learn to read Gurmukhi. And within about maybe 6 weeks, I'd get to sing a Shabad. And the first Shabad I sung was Tun Darya Udana Bina, Main Machli Kaise Antalahan, in Rag Bhairavi, since I know you appreciate that. And so that
I can't appreciate until you sing that, what you sang there in Bhairavi.
What you ask?
I mean, by the time you set up your tambura, there's a story we tell, the easy story we tell youngsters. It says, oh, please tell me a story. So we say, yeah, sure. Let me tell you a story, a very good story. This is a great story. Oh, no, but tell us a story. Is that there was a king king. He said, but then what? He says, and there was a queen. But then what? He says, both died. End of the story. So, so then I thought your story was, there was Vikram and there was Elandra, and Vikram went to London, he fell in love, and they married, and that's the end of the story. I thought that was it.
That's the love story. We've got the spiritual story, the Kirtan story, and the love story. It's much more complicated than that. You don't even know the half of it.
Well, that's why I'm here. I'm gonna open the treasure chests of memory.
Let me just sing.
Yes, Bhairavi. Yes, that will be fantastic. Yeah. And this is the one that Jogendraji taught you.
Well, now here's the funny thing. Even though he was so good to me, right? My real inspiration was a man named Gyani Molak Singh.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I knew him. Yes, he was very kind.
He had this. It's hard to describe the effect that his kirtan had on me, because he did know Gurbani Sangeet.
I see.
But he also did Sawal Jawab, right? Mm-hmm. But he sang with a passion and an intensity, and it just that's what really touched me. And I tell you a funny thing. Several years ago, I was in Hawaii, in Honolulu, singing at a friend's house, Dr. Amrajit Singh. I finished the program. We had longer, and an old man came up to me, old Sikh man, and he said, "It's really funny." I said, "What's that?" He said, "When I hear you sing, you sound exactly like the man that used to teach me harmonium when I was a kid in Dar es Salaam, Kenya." And I knew what was coming. And I said, "What was his name?" And he said, "Gyani Molak Singh." So 30, 40 years later, he could still hear the influence of Gyani Molak Singh.
I see. That is so sweet. He was very close to my granduncles, Bhai Avtar and Bhai Gurcharan Singh, both. Gyani and Molak Singh, they were very close.
Well, that's enough.
He was very, very loving. Yeah, very loving. We'll come to that. Gurmukh is remembering you, saying hello from Eugene. He says, "Thank you, Vikram Singh, for your sharing today." Gurmukh Singh here from Eugene. You sang at my wedding in 1975 in Eugene. Blessings.
I remember his wedding very well. That's wonderful. Thank you, Gurmukh Singh.
Yes. And Pravinder Saril is also saying, "I'm watching," he says.
That's so cool. I'll tell you a funny thing. I said to Gyani again, I said, what's he? Oh, he says, we all call him Gogo, but his name is actually Pravinder Singh.
I see.
He is a very fine tabla player.
I see.
Classically trained, yeah. So good to hear from him.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. Yes. Yeah. Let's go to the land of Bhairavi. Right, that's beautiful. Yeah.
So that was a composition of Gyani Molak Singh, and the funny thing was, the first time I sang, I was just so embarrassed. And Gyaniji and all of his family, they sang so loud along with me, you know. So it was like it was wonderful support. I just felt incredibly supported. I've got to tell you a story about. So after, let's see. So I started with him in January of 1971. Mm-hmm. So by Baisakhi time, I was starting to get quite competent. And have you been to Slough? Slough.
Long time ago.
You know, there's huge gurdwaras there now, right? Well, in those days, this is 1971, they had to hire a school hall because that's all they had. Mm-hmm. So we went to this school hall, and Gyaniji did a couple of shabads and he introduced me, you know. And I remember I was singing Mitri Pyari Nu, which is very appropriate for that time, right? And, you know, normally in gurupurs, not to be rude or anything, but normally in gurupurs, people are talking and carrying on and whatever else. So there's a lot of background chatter. Yeah. When I sat down at that Vaja, you could have heard a pin drop in the place. It was like, Egora kon hai, you know, that type of thing. So I was singing away, and I got to a point where I sang a line and I did an instrumental break. And as I was playing the instrumental break, all of a sudden I heard, "Bye!" I didn't know at the time. I mean, I've heard Jakarta, right? But I didn't know that Jakarta was like a compliment. And I heard, "Bye!" And I was like, that was my early days.
Nobody warned you before.
Nobody warned me.
Well, that's quite a story. Jakarta, you know, it is a legend.
Well, it was, I mean, obviously it was very sincere and
of course.
Love. It was like.
So, talking of you know, your journey, let's go back. You were born in England.
I was. And funnily enough, I was born in a place called Feltham. Now, Feltham, you may not have heard of it, but Feltham is now part of Hounslow.
Now I have.
Oh, you haven't heard of Feltham? Okay.
Now
so
I have.
Feltham
I mean, I heard it now that you said it.
Southall. So it's almost like I was born in Amritsar.
I see. I see.
Except in those days, when I was young, when I was a pre-teen teenager, there were no Indians in Southall. That didn't start until I think the late 50s, early 60s. I remember seeing men with turbans and a suitcase walking around my neighborhood. You know, they'd go door to door and sell stuff. It was very hard for Sikhs in those days.
I see, yeah.
That was my first exposure. And when I was 16, I had my first exposure to Indian food. That's a whole other story, which I've loved ever since then. But yeah, so I was born in this place called Feltham. And my father was American. He was a war hero, a Second World War hero. That's how I come to be American. And he was a hero of the D-Day invasion on Omaha Beach. But sadly, he was killed in northern France about 3 months before I was born.
I see.
I was born in February of 45, 3 months before the war in Europe finished.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I grew up without a father. When I was about 8, I think, my mother made me take piano lessons.
What was your dad's name?
And my grandfather's name was Victor Harvey Briggs.
I see.
My father's name was Victor Harvey Briggs Jr.
Oh, okay.
And my birth name was Victor Harvey Briggs III.
I see.
Like the American way that they do that, you know.
Yeah. That's it, Vicks Briggs Gharana, because they say 3 generations.
No, actually, I can trace my ancestry back to about 15
No, I'm talking about the Vic Briggs name. 1, 2, 3. That's a gharana.
The Briggs Gharana goes back to 1580 at least.
I see. I see.
So I grew up in West
You were
London.
8. You were 8. You were telling that you were 8.
Yes,
When
and
you
I
were
went
8,
for
yeah.
piano. And I kind of took to it.
But wait a minute. I need to get the thread. So, at 8 you went to study, but why the piano? Was it like something that was suggested to you by your mom, or was it that was the only thing available? How? I mean, why the piano?
Because in those days, and this is what it would be 1953. In those days, right? Just like every home nowadays has a guitar. In those days, not every home, but lots of homes had pianos.
Oh, I see.
Because that was the entertainment. People didn't play guitars back then.
Right.
People would play pianos. So it was considered a normal thing for a child to take piano lessons.
People were lesser mortals only later.
I'm not going to go there. We'll let that one go. I'm not going to go there. So I started taking these lessons, and I looked at the, very simple scales and that type of thing. And I said, you know what? I could write something like this. So I got a piece of paper and I drew, you know how Western notation is.
Yeah.
So I drew lines, right? And I wrote little notes, and I had my own composition.
At age 8, wow.
Yeah, that's the good part.
Fantastic.
Not fantastic, because my family made fun of me for doing that. And it totally shut down my composing for years and years and years and years and years. Now when I look back, I feel very sad about that, because I love writing music. I love writing music down. It's something that gives me great joy and great pleasure. So, but nevertheless, so when I was about 11, now have you ever heard the term skiffle? Skiffle?
No, tell me about it.
Okay. To understand the history of music in Britain, it's complex. But in the post-war years, the Second World War years, there were a lot of young men who were very much in love with Dixieland music from or traditional jazz, music from New Orleans, Louis Armstrong and those kind of people. So about 1948, 1949, and funnily enough, it started very close to where I grew up. There was a hotbed of music. They started playing this New Orleans jazz in various clubs, and it became like a trend, became like a craze. Well, along the same time, there were some guys that had guitars, and they would sing acoustic folk or blues music from the United States. And this became more popular than the New Orleans jazz. And somebody gave it a name. They called it skiffle. Don't ask me where that comes from. In the mid-1950s, this became a huge craze in Britain. Kids were buying cheap acoustic guitars and playing these songs, because the songs, 3 chords, they were very simple. The Beatles started as a skiffle group.
I see.
And I wanted to be a part of this. So my mother got me a guitar, which I took to like a duck to water.
I see.
And I was playing this. Well, skiffle morphed into rock and roll, which was starting to happen about the same time with, as you mentioned earlier, Bill Haley, Elvis Presley, Little Richard.
I see.
And so before too long, I was playing rock and roll. And but by the time I was 15, I was playing in semi-pro bands. I was going out on the weekends, making a few pounds, getting a lot of girls interested in me, that type of thing.
Oh, I see. Do you remember? Can you share something from the skiffles from that time? Can you play something? It would be fantastic.
Absolutely.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. I mean, no limit. Just let's go to the skiffles time.
They all started like that. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. I'm worried now, but I won't be worried long. The train I ride is 21 coaches long. The train that I ride is 21 coaches long. The train that I ride is 21 coaches long. The one I love went on that train and is gone. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. I'm worried now, but I won't be worried long.
Whoa. That was very... No, don't leave the guitar. Come on. You're such
It's
a...
heavy.
Don't be your miserly incarnation today with me, please. Not today. You can be miserly with me tomorrow. Not today.
Well, the trouble is, once you get me started, there's no stopping.
Oh, I'm a list. I can go on for days. I mean, this can be a record. 8 hours is Facebook's limit. I have bust that limit few times, and we can restart again. So I am game.
Fortunately, I have no time limit. So
Yes, absolutely. And I don't care about my students who are sort of, but they're all here anyway. They all love you. They some of them, Harbhajan, they've all been your buddies for long.
oh, that's sweet.
We're remembering you last night. So let's no skiffles. You can't. Don't you dare leave the guitar because this is the first time I heard the skiffles. So I have many. So tell me about the song you played and some other examples, because this is apart from, this is also part of the oral history project, but it's also research in terms of from a musicological perspective. From anthropological, yes, but also from literary perspective, the text that is.
There's even more to it than that. Let me explain. In those days, 40s, 50s, there was very little communication between the United States and England or Britain. Mm-hmm. Even though, they were allies and all that kind of stuff. There was no internet. The transatlantic phone was ridiculously expensive, blah, blah, blah. So the Brits didn't know much about America. And they didn't know much. They knew American music because the records were coming over. Merchant seamen would bring these American records. And people could get American music, but they didn't understand the context. And what I mean by that is, America has always been very divided musically. There's white music, there's black music, there's Cajun music. And even within those, there's other divisions, right? So they would hear folk songs by white singers like Pete Seeger, Woody Guthrie, They would hear black blues singers like Huddie Ledbetter, Josh White, Lonnie, I forget the other guy's name. They lumped it all in together. They didn't realize that in America, you would have to go one place to hear that kind of music. They'd have to go to a different place on the other side of town to hear the other kind of music. The Brits didn't make that distinction. They lumped it all in together. That's what became skiffle. Skiffle had blues, jug band, bit of country and western, had American folk, a little bit of Cajun. But because it was in Britain, people didn't discriminate. It was all good music. And considering attitudes in the United States at that time, which was still tremendously segregated, it was a blessing. That's how the Beatles were so able to be so eclectic, because they came from this background where they didn't discriminate about American music.
I see. That's a very interesting point. I didn't, I'm not aware about that, all that was going on at the time there. My work has been more about South Asia, so this is all news to me. So share, a few more skiffles just to have a little idea about the kind of repertoire, the melody, the beat, the drums.
Well, skiffle was pretty much always.
Yeah.
That was the rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
I have to think of a few songs. Let me see. I got to get the right key too. Well, the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty fine road. The Rock Island Line is the road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty fine road. If you want to ride it, go to ride it like you finally get the ticket at the station for the Rock Island Line. I may be right, I may be wrong. I know you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. On the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty fine road. The Rock Island Line is the road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island Line, she's a mighty fine road. If you want to ride it, go to ride it like you finally get the ticket at the station for the Rock Island Line. That was the first skiffle hit.
I see.
That was put out as a single, and it went way up the charts. And it was a guy called Lonnie Donegan. He's dead now. And interesting character, but he became like the figurehead of British skiffle music for that craze, and that was his first hit.
And this is what you began performing every weekend. I see. And then it morphed into rock and roll. So how does can you make the transition for me and for the listeners? I mean, for our viewers who, I mean, it's we live far away. Unless you knew, I mean, we are a few thousand miles away. We think like every Gora and a Kala. We just see that from far. Everything looks round, right? And like I'm, from distance, I would be stereotyped as well.
Wait a minute, I know a thing or two about rock and roll in India. Because in 1961, which was not long after this, my first professional gig, I worked with a singer from Calcutta, a guy called Rolly Daniels, Anglo-Indian, lovely guy, lovely singer. And he told me that even in 1961, there were people in Calcutta that would sing Little Richard songs, would sing Elvis Presley songs. So it wasn't like, it was totally unknown to me.
No, of course. But Kolkata is again a few thousand miles from where I was there. But what I mean is that normally it's important for us to be sensitized about the difference from the journey from skiffles to rock and roll. So can you, from the skiffles that you've demonstrated a couple of songs, let's go to rock and roll and share your insights about what you think is the difference and the distance from one genre to the morphing into the other one.
First of all, there's an economic question. You could buy a cheap acoustic guitar for not much money. That was all you needed for skiffle. For rock and roll, you needed a drum set, you needed the bass, you needed an electric guitar, an amplifier, and all of these things cost money. So it took a while for people to do, and people didn't have much money in the mid-50s in England. So that's one difference. Second of all, rock and roll, a lot of the early rock and roll players coming from the United States were really good musicians. I mean, really. Bill Haley's band was a very, very good band. So for young kids like myself, it took us a while to get our musicianship level up to a place where we could play those kind of songs. Rock and roll, it's a huge subject, but the first real rock and roll hit was by Bill Haley. It was a song called Rock Around the Clock. And there was a movie called Blackboard Jungle. It was about problems in American schools. But the producer had heard this song, this Rock Around the Clock song. He made it the soundtrack for the movie, and it became a huge hit. I'll play it for you in a minute.
Sure.
And it was a huge hit in Britain. It was a huge hit in Germany. It was a huge hit all over Europe. And before too long, Bill Haley came over to Europe, and he was playing there, and and it goes like this: 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, Rob, we're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Put your glad rags on, join me at home. We're gonna have some fun when the clock strikes 1. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight.
That's it?
That's enough.
Come on.
Well, the clock strikes 2, 3, and 4. If the band slows down, we'll yell for more. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till the broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. When it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 2, I'll be going strong, and so will you. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till the broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Strike 12, we'll cool off and start rocking round the clock again. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till the broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight.
Fantastic.
That's pretty much the whole song.
I see. And this is fantastic. This was Bill Haley's work.
That's Bill Haley, yeah. That was really the first. But then around the same time, Elvis came out. And Bill Haley was a good musician, pretty good singer. He was not good looking.
Oh, I see. So Elvis got the shot.
Looked like a grocery store. You know? Elvis, on the other hand, was white. He was wonderfully good looking.
Yeah, the world lacks sexism so much that it needed Elvis, you know. Yeah, sure.
And he was actually a really pretty good singer. So it wasn't very long before he eclipsed Bill Haley.
I see. But it was because of his looks, is it?
Well, okay, here's the thing. There was a lot of my guitar's gone out of tune from all this bashing.
It's okay. We have all the patience.
I'll put it down for a second. I'll pick it back.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of really good black kind of rock and roll type of music going around before Bill Haley. But because of the racial situation in the United States, it couldn't be sold. I mean, at least not to white people. There was a guy in Memphis, Sam Phillips. He had a record company. He said to myself, if only I can find a good-looking white guy that sings black music or sings like a black man. One day, Elvis walked into his studio and he wanted to cut a couple of songs for his mother's birthday. So this guy, Sam Phillips, saw the possibilities right away. And so he had Elvis record. I don't know if I can sing this, but it's... Well, that's all right, Mama. That's all right with you. That's all right, Mama. Just hey, you do. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Well, that's all right, my Mama. Any way you do. So that was Elvis's first hit record.
Continue. Why do you stop in between? Vikram, I hate you.
I can't sing like Elvis.
Come on. It was beautifully sung. Come on.
Well, Mama,
fantastic.
Daddy done told me to. Son, that girl you're fooling with, she ain't no good for you. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Well, that's all right, my Mama. Any way you do. you love it, well, that's all right. Well, that's all right, mama. Anyway.
Whoa.
You wear me out here.
Oh, we're just beginning.
So, yeah, Elvis became, huge. And, but I always liked Little Richard. Now, don't ask me to sing a Little Richard song. That's too much.
Come on. Why wouldn't I ask you? I'm a Tate Sardar. You tell me not to do something is exactly what I will do.
All right, but I'm just going to sing a little bit because it really mashes your voice.
I see. That will be a demonstration of how to mash your voice up.
No, not there. I'm gonna tell Aunt Mary about Uncle John. He claimed he has the music, but he had a lot of fun, oh baby. Yeah, baby. Ooh, baby, having some fun tonight. Well, I'm told Sally she's real sweet. She got everything that Uncle John need, oh baby. Yeah, baby. Ooh, baby, having some fun tonight. That's enough. That's it.
So we've had a little demonstration of Bill Haley, Elvis Presley's first song dedicated to his mommy that made him a star. So it was not just Elvis who was born of his mommy, it was his stardom was born out of his mommy. And Little Richard. Yeah. Now, okay, we can have, let's move on to the next one. Why, I mean, you guys are like the rock stars. You're supposed to not to lean back on the chair and huff and puff like this.
I'm 70, I'll be 76 years old in a couple of weeks.
And you're such a liar.
Honey?
And you're such a liar.
What do you mean I'm a liar?
Who told you you're 76? Come on.
That's what it says in my birth certificate.
Oh, I mean, you know what? My voting card was made by the Election Commission of India. And it says I'm born on the 1st of January 1947.
Well, you don't believe that.
It's my set. That's what they did. In order to maybe disenfranchise me the next time I stand for elections. They'll say, sir, you have a wrong date on your voting card. I said, but it's made by you. So,
well,
so I don't believe in the dates.
I was the guy in Sweden, right? There was a guy in Sweden. According to his birth certificate, he was 63 years old. And he said to the authorities, he said, well, you know what? He said, I identify as a 45-year-old, so you can put my age as 45. But they weren't interested. They didn't like that.
They didn't like it. Yeah. So this is quite interesting. This is the music you were growing up listening to. And I have a plan, actually. I had a backup plan the moment your voice will tire. So I could ask you to play some guitar. That's all right. I mean, you can rest your voice for a while. we can match it like 3 songs sung and 3 guitar solos played. That could be a deal.
Well, the truth of the matter is, I'm not much on guitar solos. My guitar for me is an instrument for accompanying my
accompaniment, voice. I see. So that comes to the jokes along. I wouldn't want to leave them aside anywhere. I wouldn't throw them under the bus, of course, like Emperor Trump does. But looking at the idea of accompaniment or the importance of the guitar, how guitar came, you mentioned piano was the thing. What do you think led to the emergence of guitar? Was it from the black bands, etc., because it was kind of a mix? How did that come into being? What is your memory of that?
The guitar is a wonderfully versatile instrument. Wonderfully versatile. Even Segovia, the great classical guitarist, really the father of classical guitar.
Yeah.
He said that the guitar is like a little orchestra, and he showed. He said, this is the brass, and he played it, and it sounded like brass. These are the flutes, and he played. These are the strings. And that, of course, and that's just a simple classical guitar. Now you add the electronics. I mean, okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that, right?
Mm.
Sitar sound.
Hmm.
Rock and roll sound. No, that's not it. Just by pressing a button here.
Yeah.
So that's the versatility of the guitar. You can do almost anything with it.
Hmm.
And it's easier to learn than the piano. Much easier.
I see. So, from your journey at the time when you got your guitar and you said that it was like duck with water or duck in water, and you began playing with the Cruisers Rock Combo at 16, and which you mentioned that it'll get you some extra pounds. I'm not asking what you did with the pounds, but
bought better guitars.
I see.
Not the truth.
And so, what was the music at the time with the Cruisers Rock Combo? Can you give us an example or two of that time?
What happened was that the rock and roll.
Were you like singing what Bill? I mean, was it like Bill Haley, Elvis, and then Little Richard? Was it like playing that repertoire, or were you guys in that band were also creating your own stuff? You said that you love writing.
We didn't write, but see what happened was that rock and roll, the first wave of rock and roll, peaked. I think it was 1958.
Okay.
There was a lot of negativity towards rock and roll music in the United States and in Britain.
I see.
And the government actually intervened.
Really?
And, there was a man named Alan Freed. He was like the head man of rock and roll. He was a disc jockey, and he was putting on rock and roll concerts all over the United States. And the government deliberately went after him. They ruined him.
Whoa.
They accused him of what they call payola, where you pay disc jockeys to play your records, and they broke him. And at the same time, a lot of things happened with the different figureheads of rock and roll. Elvis went into the army. Little Richard said he was going to retire and become a preacher. So rock and roll subsided. And it all got very soft, very inoffensive. And that was what was happening when I was with the Cruisers. It was much, we still played some of the old rock and roll, but basically the people wanted to hear this kind of schlocky stuff, we called it. It was just, a lot softer, a lot less threatening, a lot less sexual.
Mm-hmm.
And so rock and roll went into a kind of doldrums, and it didn't come out of that until the Beatles emerged, which was 1962. So from about 1954
5 years, I see.
There was a period of doldrums where the music was mostly unexciting. Not totally, but mostly, and that was what was being pushed by the powers that be.
I see. So politics, and you said that let's not have politics when it's all born and directed and what you call Kathputli, the puppet, like puppetry, what to do and what not to do. That's very interesting. Very interesting. What do you think was the idea of the state? What was it that they were looking for? What was it doing? What was rock and roll doing? Was it like too anarchist? Was it too liberating? That people were just defying that idea. They just wanted to be sovereign and free and no state control, etc. I was just looking at a documentary. I think there is a documentary by, I don't know, CNN or somebody has done. No, not CNN. I was, Christian Amanpour was interviewing a gentleman who's made a film on Martin Luther King's MLK/FBI. There's a new documentary which is very revealing of how they were controlling and how they were like sort of spying on him, trying to destroy and dismantle him, literally. What is it? I mean, what do you think is that the state is looking for? What was the state afraid of? Like the music. We've seen it. The state was afraid of Guru Arjan's music. I mean, look at his originals. You know, some of them are this 15-beat, Bawal, for example, that comes to my mind in Rag Suhi.
Padama pagama re ga ma ge re sa re ni sa re ga ma pa pa ni da pa da pa ma pa ma ga re sa re ni sa re.
It's very crooked, this rag.
Pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ge re ga sa re ni sa re ga ma pa re.
Fantastic rag.
Prita Prita Guriya Mohan Lalana. Prita Prita Guriya Mohan Lalana. जब मन गोविंद एक अवर नहीं को लेखा संत लाग मन छाड़ दुविधा की गुरिया प्रीत प्रीत गुरिया मोहन लालना.
We can't, I think there's a problem when you are singing. I could not hear you. Can you sing it now if you want to? I think only one person can do. We can't speak one over each other.
Okay, but Prita Prita Guriya Mohan Lalana. Prita Prita Guriya Mohan Lalana. Jap man Govinda ek avar nahi to.
Avar nahi ko lekha. Avar nahi ko lekha. Ko lekha. Sant lag. So, and then the stanza goes,
Nirguna Hariya, Sarguna Dhariya, Anak Upariya, Bhinna 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 Kariya, Vichaman Kotvariya, Nijamandar Phiriya, Dayanand Kariya, Naya Mariya, Naya Jariya, Prita Prita Guriya, Mohan Lalana. कीर्तन जुरिया बबिद फिरिया पर कोहिरिया बिख न गिरिया अब साधु संग परिया हर द्वार घरिया अब साधु संग परिया हर द्वार घरिया दर्शन करिया नानक गुरु मिरिया मोर न फिरिया प्रीत प्रीत.
I mean, such like marvels like these happening in the third quarter, fourth quarter of the 16th century. Guru Ram Das's work, extraordinary compositions like, again, this is a very beautiful one, Murchana Bhed.
Bolo bhaiya Ram naam patit pavano har भगत तरनो हर भर पूरे रया जल थल राम नाम नित गाय हर दुख विसारणो बोलो भैया राम.
I mean, it frightened the people because it was sung across South Asia. The Bani and the one that was speaking against religious, hegemony or oppression done in the name of, or the business of fear, done in the name of religion, in the name of politics, etc. Why does it frighten, and what is the state afraid of music and poetry?
Oh, poetry is radical. Poetry scares governments. Because, I'll tell you why. Because it touches people emotionally. And people that are emotional are much less easy to control. When people get inspired emotionally, you can't control them in the same way. That's why governments don't want people to think. That's why the education system is rotten. Because it doesn't teach people to think. It teaches people to obey orders. Certainly in the United States. I don't know about India.
India is nothing like United States.
But did you ever see that quote from some British politician of, 19th century, 18th century? He said, India, the people in India are such fine people. He said, the only way that we can break their spirit is to bring in the Western system of education.
I mean, I wouldn't know the quote because I'm from the uncolonized India. We are the uncolonized Sikhs. So the British in our parts of the land were always frightened. They would never venture into my ancestors' territories. So I wouldn't know the statesman from England. But jokes.
But that's a very telling quote.
Yes, it is a very good one. Yeah.
They could never break the spirit of the Indian people unless they change the education system.
Absolutely. No, that's jokes apart. That's a very important point. And it was I think it's telling why and how, the kind of, even now, the so-called attacks in India, you talked of India. I mean, we've had many rationalists who've been murdered by, indoctrinated mobs, radicalized mobs, and who are, it's not an easy country for an independent voice. I mean, I'm center of the center. I don't take sides. But that is also deemed as dangerous. That you can't have a neutral position.
Yeah.
You can't be kind. You can't be compassionate. You just cannot be. You have to be either this way or that way. I've spent last few years debating, right, on television, pushing back. I mean, some 95% of my invitations I decline because they want you to take a position or another. And they would ask, sir, what will be your position today on this matter? I said, well, Rahul Gandhi has said 3 things. 2 are stupid, 1 is very good. Narendra Modi said 4 things, 3 are really crazy and wild, but 1 is very good. I said, no. Can you take one position, either this or that? You don't want to be in the center. This is what has come of, the age. But that's shocking how... for me, even to see, as someone who did not live in that era where rock and roll frightened the state, frightens the state, that looks like a fantastic idea. And then the state would want to tell what not to play, and they would go out, try to destroy a musician's career and life. I have lost my entire tools, $29,000 worth of tools are still missing. That stolen by the police, like the Punjab police. Instruments like I made for Guru Amar Das, gone. I mean, how can they do it? One wonders. And then I hear stories like that they're trying to control, and they find people like me intimidating, right? Because I don't, I'm not a pliable doll. I have an opinion. If they do something stupid, I have the courage to tell them. 23 cops surrounded me and pulled and pushed me right to the cop station. They thought I will frighten, I will crumble. They said this Sardar, they call me derogatorily Baba. This Baba doesn't frighten, he doesn't get angry. And he says the more we abused him, the more he laughed at us. So what is this? I mean, the reason I asked you is because of that. I mean, I've seen persecution now. I'm a persecuted musician and a thinker and a whatever philosopher, whatever they want to call me. Attacks have been done. Entire 33 years of my work of conservation of Gursikh heritage, recovery, revival, and then which is Punjabi heritage, which is Indian heritage, which is world heritage. That's a crime against humanity. I've suffered, so I'm not asking a rhetoric question. So when I ask, why does this happen? What are they afraid of? They're afraid of peace. It's like that. They're afraid of compassion.
Of course they are. Because those things don't make money. War makes money. Anger makes money. Hate makes money. It makes good TV. Makes exciting TV. Peace, compassion, love doesn't make exciting TV. You can't sell ads for peace, compassion, and love. It's commerce. It's a monetary thing.
Oh, that's the reason why my foundation never gets donations from people? Because I'm not making them angry. Nobody sends. I send this, oh, please, we are conserving the heritage, No money comes in. But I know some like really, really crazy people. They have, and people who've stolen even ideas from me, my work, etc. And they have more money than they would ever think. They don't even know how to spend it. So that's how money works. Now that makes sense to me. So I'm not a profitable entity. I mean, you're telling me that I'm not considered a whore, a political whore, is it?
I'm not telling you anything.
You're not telling me anything. Okay, so now let's go to the journey when Big Jim Sullivan becomes your mentor. Tell me, what was it like? What was that? What happened then?
Well, we were playing a small gig, a youth club, near where I live, and we played the first set, and in the intermission, our manager came in and he said, there's this guy from there was a famous British singer called Marty Wilde. He's still alive. He's still singing.
I see.
But he was one of the first Brit teen idols, and he had a band called the Wildcats. And our manager came. He said, "There's a guy here from the Wildcats, and he wants to sit in with you guys." So we said, "Great, fine." So he came up and he played the whole of the second set, and he pretty much took over. Well, our manager had a reel-to-reel tape recorder, if you remember those.
Yeah.
And he recorded the whole thing.
Whoa.
So I took it home and I lived with that tape for, I don't know, a couple of months, something like that.
Uh-huh.
When we saw Jim, this was Jim Sullivan, Big Jim Sullivan. When we saw Jim again, I'd learned all his stuff, and he was like, "Oh, okay." So he, I would go over to his house and show me stuff. And you may not know this guy, but Jim was also mentor to a famous guitar player called Richie Blackmore, the guy with a band called Deep Purple. People watching might know Richie, so I'm just mentioning that. And Jim got me my first professional gig, which was with this band called The Echoes. And so I was on school holiday, 1961. I went off with this band to the north of England, and we were with this singer from Calcutta, who I mentioned already, Rolly Daniels, really nice singer. And we went to Liverpool because there was a club called the Cavern, a very famous club. And then we had these lunchtime sessions, so we could go to Liverpool on the train. It wasn't very far. We'd play at the Cavern and then come back and do our evening show. Well, the first time we went, it was Jerry and the Pacemakers. Jerry Marsden just died a couple of weeks ago. The second day we went, it was the Beatles. So we met the Beatles in 1961 before they were famous. And then the following Sunday, the guys in the band, the Echoes, took me to this huge a Paul Winners concert. It was a huge charity concert with all the top names of British rock and roll were there. So I went to this thing and I met all these people, like you mentioned, Cliff Richard, Billy Currie, blah, 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 blah. So I went home that night because it was an afternoon concert. And my mother said to me, she said, "You go back to school on Tuesday." I said, "Well, Mother, I don't want to go back to school. I want to be a professional musician." And she says, "Well, no, you're not. You're going to go back to school." So we had this big fight and I wound up going back to school. And so my first professional stint was very brief. But I went back to school with, I'm afraid, a big attitude, big chip on my shoulder. And after a year, they kicked me out anyway.
See.
So then I really became a professional musician. And it was kind of sad because I realize now that under different circumstances, I probably could have studied music and learned a lot more about formal Western music, which, looking back now, I wish I'd done that. I wish I knew more about formal Western music, but,
Well, you would have only become a little bit more arrogant than you are.
Well, I would have been like you.
I'm a certified illiterate. Come on, I'm like you. When I'm listening to your story, I think, oh, you know what? I'm not alone. Okay, now I know. There's a little big brother around. So now I know you too are a certified illiterate like I am. And these snobs think like we are intimidating, right? As if we don't know. But I've been on the road, right? People that didn't study, we studied with, right? The big names. And these poor guys have gotten nothing, and we've sort of got some jewels. Anyway, Joe.
Yeah, get it. So then, as you mentioned earlier, I joined this band called the Shell Carson Combo. We spent some time in Hamburg, Germany.
So after you were kicked out of the school is when you went back.
Yeah, I went back to being a musician.
And that convinced your mom that your stint with the school's over, or she stopped?
Well, no, the school convinced my mom that my school was over because they didn't want me to come back.
She had to suffer through a few parent-teacher meetings.
Well, they're not interested. So I went through a few different bands, nothing to get excited about. But then I got asked to join the backup band, which was the Echoes again, same band, for Dusty Springfield. Do you remember Dusty? Did you ever hear Dusty?
No, I don't.
She was a very famous singer in the 60s.
I see.
She was really good, really, and it required a certain level of musicianship, so I had to kind of up my game a little bit, which was good. And I started becoming known in musical circles in the music business, like for real, not just on the fringes, but kind of moving towards the center type of thing. And we had a lot of fun. It was really great working with her. She was a fantastic singer, beautiful voice, very emotional. The only thing was she didn't work very much. So the money was good when she worked, but we didn't work that much. So then I met this guy, Brian Auger. Brian is a fantastic Hammond organ player, jazz Hammond organ player. And I started working with him. So I would been doing both gigs, but then Brian asked me to come on full time. So I left Dusty and went with Brian. That's when this thing, the Steam Packet, started.
I see.
And I don't know if you know how big Rod Stewart is. You ever heard of Rod Stewart?
No, I don't know much. Yeah.
Well, Rod Stewart is like on a par with, in terms of fame, like with Frank Sinatra, or maybe not Elvis, but not much down from Elvis. Mm-hmm. But in those days, he was just another guy, and but people were always impressed when I said, "Well, I worked with Rod Stewart." Oh, you did? Oh. I see. So I worked with them for a while. That's when we recorded with Johnny Halliday.
I see. Do you remember? We've spoken about 2-3 things about your journey at the time. Would you be kind to play enough? I mean, kind enough. You are unkind. I mean, I can't expect that you would be kind enough to play from that time. The ones that you mentioned. Do you remember what you recorded?
Boy, Dusty. I recorded a song with Dusty. I don't know if I can play it or sing it, but
I see.
This was kind of a big hit in England. Went up to about number 3 on the charts.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Well, not that key. Well, there's a love life in the middle of nowhere. Why is Dusty burning? In the middle of nowhere. I can't remember it, but that's
very very beautiful, very feeling. I mean, a lot of feeling in it. Very, very sweet. Yeah. Quite. So this space. If I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this space is little. It was a little laid back than the ones that you did earlier. So it is a mid tempo. It's sort of settling. What was the change? This is rock and roll, is it?
Well, but this was 65 when we did this.
I see.
By that time, you know, the Beatles had come out, and the whole genre, if you will, of rock and roll had expanded so much. It was inclusive of so many different styles.
I see.
So whereas the early rock and roll, like Elvis and Bill Haley and Little Richard, was very stylized and very, very much in a box, right? By this time, there was the Beatles had really opened things up, and there was many, many different styles of music that could be loosely classified as rock and roll or pop.
I see. Well, this is very, very. It was, I mean, quite different. I have a comment before we go ahead by this actor. I really don't know. Ramanjit Kaur from Kolkata. You talked of Kolkata. I will need some help with this. I don't know what she's writing about. She says, I see. She begins an amazing rendition by Baldeep Singh. Oh, thank you very much, Ramanjit. And it's wonderful to hear the multi-layered discourse between Antion Vikram Singh ji and you. And his heartfelt, delightful renditions too. I mean, what's heartfelt about you? I don't know. I mean, where is Raman getting that notion from? Delightful?
I refuse to respond to that.
Okay.
In England, we have an expression that says, "You are pulling my chain."
I see, pulling my chain.
So I'm gonna let that one go.
Bhavdeep is also here. He says, "Wonderful session." They're all remembering you. Well, I'm just pulling your leg. I'm not pulling the chain yet. I enjoy teasing you plenty.
And vice versa.
I appreciate that. No,
I mean, somebody's got to do it. You know,
exactly.
Everybody takes you too seriously.
Yes, they do. But talking of music, I think we see often, right, the arrogance of musicology, right? It can rub onto people, right? Like they become musicologists. Then we have the arrogance, the illusion of being a musician either. But people like, I mean, the way you've been from a master to another master, being in music, like I left everything and I went in the search of old masters who were living in anonymity. I think we have more to do with music. It's like when I hear you, the kind of there's no sort of divide between form and formless. It's like I don't see you doing something. It's like you being that. It's like I'm talking to music, and there is the fragrance of music, not the arrogance of a musician, not the sort of lostness, if I may say. The person is totally lost in the entangle of Maya. It is more of celebration. It's music itself. I see that divide.
One of the best things that happened to me and to Alondra, to both of us, was going to live in Hawaii and spending time learning from playing with Hawaiian musicians.
I see.
Because in Hawaii, you are not allowed to have attitude as a musician. Actually, you're not allowed to have attitude as anything, but people just don't tolerate that. But for musicians, and you know as well as I do how musicians can be, right? But Hawaiian musicians are all like, "Hey, brother, hey!"
I see.
Just like, let it all be cool. Let's, hey, So you can walk up to any Hawaiian musician and say, "Hey, what's happening?" And they'll be nice to you. Not always the case with other kinds of musicians. So that was a wonderful experience for me.
There is, I mean, Bani says, no, man hundiyan hoye nimana. I mean, even when there is, I mean, people don't, normally it's not translated properly. There is a Dadashtan to that. It changes. The meaning is Maan is not just pride and respect. Maan is basically that it could be knowledge, it could be wealth of any kind. The knowledge is also wealth. So Maan hundya, if you're very wealthy, knowledge-wise or talent-wise, etc., hundya hove nimana. One is humble and simple, grounded, rooted, not swayed by the storm of fame, etc. That I think we usually don't see. We see the opposite normally when people have hardly a thing or two, but they extrapolate. I mean, they sort of. We've seen many people who are not billionaires, but they pose as billionaires. Often they rise to the top of the pyramids wherever they are climbing, and it's wonderful to see people like. The ones that you're mentioning in Hawaii. I've never been there, so I'm relying on your memory and your experience of how beautiful the experience is, that they don't carry, they don't have an attitude. It's about celebration, as I say. It's about being together and celebrating the gift, being grateful, being in a state of gratitude for the gift of life and beauty in music and literature. That I think is where, there's a saying in India, we say, most musicians, you just listen to them on the stage, don't meet them off stage, keep away. So we have a saying like that too, here.
Well, one of the things I've learned from my almost 50 years of hanging out with Punjabis is that they have a Jekyll and Hyde approach to musicians. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, obviously Punjabis love music, they love musicians, they love singers of all kinds, right? But they wouldn't want their son, and particularly their daughter, to become one. I see that attitude all the time. It's like, yeah, fine, great, listen to music, enjoy music, but doctor, lawyer, engineer, because musicians, we love them, but we don't necessarily want to associate with them.
And that I think is quite interesting to see the phenomenon of. But again, it is not just reserved with music. We've seen even power. Even we see people becoming powerful, whether they are in politics or even in the corporate sector. The arrogance and the attitude, we see people riding with that. Very few, people who are humble and whose humility gets illegitimately taken advantage. They get their humility is taken as a lack thereof, as if it were a shortcoming rather than a virtue. And as Maharaj Thakur Singh would say, "Najaiz fayda uthana kisi di halimi da." To take an illegitimate advantage of someone's humility and kindness and compassion. People are just out there like that. But it's so wonderful for me to hear all of this, because again, a stereotype about rock stars and this and that is that people like George Harrison and you and very few others were seen like an out of the ordinary. Were there others like did you have others with whom you would talk about matters of life and spirituality, or was it yet to happen at the time when you were really swimming in deep waters at the time when you got into back into the commercial scene?
It really started happening when I was with the Animals. When I joined Eric Burdon, because, and to be honest, I rather hate to tell you this, but it was to do with drugs we were taking, LSD and the like, and it invoked a certain sense of spirituality in us. That's when I really started getting into Sashtriya Sangeet.
I see.
So I was with Brian Auger and the Steam Packet. And I got to know Eric Clapton, and he invited me over to his place. And at the time, it was when there was starting to be an interest in Indian music in Britain. I mean, kind of a breakout.
Yeah.
And it was when George Harrison was starting to study with Ravi Shankar. So Eric had these two albums. One was Panalal Ghosh, 10-inch, if you remember 10-inch.
Yeah.
And the other one was the Dagar brothers.
Dagar
brothers. It was, I think it was Darbari Khan.
I see.
So he lent me these two albums, and then I went to there used to be an Indian import store on Oxford Street, and I went there and purchased the same two albums. I still have them.
I see.
And this was how I started getting interested. And the Dagar brothers were a little hard to take at the time, but Panalal Ghosh was it was beautiful. It was dreamy. It was wonderful. You know? So my next thing was I bought an album by Ravi Shankar and Ali Akbar Khan. It was a Jugalbandi, and it was Sindhi Bhairavi and Sri Rag. And Sri Rag was a little difficult for me at the time, so I didn't much listen to that. But the Sindhi Bhairavi, I loved it. Totally loved it. And then this would have been like the latter part of 1966. And in 1967, we came to the United States for the first time. Now, there was this guy in Los Angeles, Richard Bach, and he had a jazz label, Pacific Jazz. Well, when Ravi Shankar came there, Richard Bach persuaded him to record for him, but Ravi said, "I will never record for a label that has jazz in the title. I do not want my music to jazz." So Richard Bach created World Pacific Records, and he recorded quite a few albums with Raviji. Sound of the Sitar, there was several, and he recorded Ali Akbar Khan. And when I started to hear Ali Akbar Khan's albums, and I don't mean this to sound like a kind of a put down, but as far as I'm concerned, Raviji was here and Ali Akbar Khan was.
Yes. Yeah.
But Raviji had the fame. And in fact, I read an article. Well, I think it was Nikhil Banerjee. He said that from Baba Alauddin Khan that Raviji got maybe 30%, Ali Akbar Khan got 40%, and Annapurna got 80%. Who knows if that's true?
Yeah, no, that's how it is. It's a known fact like that. Yeah.
So Ali Akbar Khan became like a kind of a hero to me. His music affected me very, very deeply. Very deeply indeed. And I bought a lot of his albums. And I started, even though I was with the band and touring whatever else, I started to have this ambition that I wanted to go and study Shastriya Sangeet. Raviji briefly had a school in Los Angeles. And I went there, took some lessons on Sarod, studied with this guy called Amiya Dasgupta, who was Raviji's main teacher in the United States. But that kind of fell through. But still, I still had this thing about Ali Akbar Khan and his music. It touched me so deeply, so deeply. And that was my ambition, that I wanted to become a great Sarod player.
I see. And
when I met Yogi Bhajan, Bhajan Singh Yogi, which this happened in January of 1970. I went to his house almost on an accident, and he opened the door and pulled me in. He didn't pull me in, but invited me in, And he said to me, "You are a great soul." He said, "But in your last lifetime, there was things that you still had to learn. You've come to this earth to finish your karma." I said, "Okay, fine." He said, "Do you have any question for me?" I said, "Yes." I said, "What I want more than anything else in life is to be a great Sarod player." And he looked at me and he said, when you sing, the dead will rise from their graves to hear you sing. People will come from thousands of miles to hear you sing. And I was like, what's he talking about? I'm not a singer. But that's what he told me. That was You know? So that really brings us back to, this was January of 1970. In December of 1970, I left Los Angeles to go to London. And we've already told you that I met Kartar Singh Lalwani. He put me in touch with Gyanī Joginder Singh Sadhu. So that was the start of how
I see. That's the second phase.
That's kind of the cycle.
Right. I want to go back to Cliff Richards, the Beatles and the Billy Fury.
Yeah.
Do you remember stuff with Cliff Richard? Would you be kind to share some of the stuff from that era?
Cliff Richard,
and the Beatles and Billy Fury. What were you guys doing? I mean, what was going on? Meeting? Was there jamming? Thinking? What was the talk about music? What was it like?
Well, I didn't have any interaction with Cliff. I only met him. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Cliff had quite a bit of Indian blood in him. Did you know that?
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, from an Anglo-Indian family.
Oh really? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Well, Cliff recorded the first great British rock and roll song. Let's see if I can give you a little bit of it.
I don't take little bits, huh?
It's a bit loud. Well, come on, pretty baby, let's move it and groove it. Shake it, baby, shake it, honey, please don't lose it. The rhythm that gets into your heart and soul. Let me tell you, baby, it's called rock and roll. Well, they say it's gonna die, but honey, please let's face it. They just don't know what's going to replace it. Ballad and calypso, they got nothing on. Real country music that just rides along.
Wow.
So that was one of the great. That was the first great British rock and roll song, and I tell you, even 60 years later, I still think it's a great record.
I see. And sure.
That's no, just looking at something. But then this was about 58. But then with the fall of rock and roll that we discussed, his stuff got to be very, very soft. You know, very. But until then, I'll be a bachelor boy until my dying day. You know, like, yes. It's disgusting, but the girls loved it. So Cliff, you know, he started off as a rock and roller and became like an all-round entertainer.
But don't be shy. Don't be afraid of Alandra. Sing the song. Come on. Don't stop in between. I love this one.
But Alandra's gone. She went out for a hike.
Oh, she's disgusted with me, or she's
Well, both.
both okay. Then it's fine.
Oh, she loves you.
I know. She's ever so loving. Continue the song. Come on. Don't give me just a snippet.
I don't remember that song. That was
I see. That's
I'm
different.
just trying to think if there's any other Cliff Richard songs that I could sing that I remember. You know, I played these songs, but I hated them. Not
Really?
not the one I sang. I loved that one.
I see.
But these schlocky songs that these soft, I hated them. But
What was it?
You know,
What was in it that you hated? Like, was the lyrics or the music or?
the feel.
I see.
Feel. I mean, this is, as we say these days, this is badass. That's attitude, right? That's, you know. But then you got some. You know, where's the testosterone in that? There isn't.
I see. You needed a bit of testosterone. That's a good one. So share with us what you liked at the time then. What attracted you at the time?
Well, let me get my guitar back.
Yeah, of course.
Well, actually, be honest with you, I still have a soft spot for some of those things. You know,
I see.
I'll give you a little bit of
I'll take that confession.
Each time we have a quarrel, it almost breaks my heart, 'cause I am so afraid that we will have to part. Each night I ask the stars up above, why must I be a teenager in love? One day I feel so happy, next day I feel so sad. I guess I'll learn to take the good with the bad. Each night I ask the stars up above, why must I be a teenager in love? I cried a tear for nobody but you. I'd be the lonely one if you would say we're through. Well, if you wanna make me cry, that won't be so hard to do. And if you should say goodbye, I'll still go on loving you. Each night I ask the stars up above, why must I be a teenager in love? Why must I be a teenager in love, in love?
That was fantastic. I love that pause. I love that pause in between. Oh, that's fantastic. I see.
I've got a soft spot for some of that stuff because it was during my formative years, and you know what it's like when you're a teenager with raging hormones and all that kind of stuff.
I like the raging hormones.
Well,
teenager with raging hormones. Are they now brittle, the hormones, or are you still the same raging teenager?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a teenager, and I wouldn't say my hormones rage quite as much as they used to back then. But, you know.
I know. So this is... What about the Beatles? How do you remember them?
Well, the thing about the Beatles was that by the time the Beatles came out, I was a professional musician, right? So I have to explain this very carefully. Everybody else, they was like, oh, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles.
Yes, I know.
I saw the Beatles as competition.
Yes.
So I had a kind of a hands-off attitude towards them. For the first...
It's very important for everybody to understand that, yeah, absolutely.
For about the first 4 or 5 years. And then they came out with this album, I think it was Rubber Soul. And I said, these guys are really good. I mean,
see.
You had to acknowledge it. The quality of the songs was so good, the record production was so good, that you had to acknowledge this was something really, really special.
I see.
And then I kind of shifted my attitude towards them.
But it was like good 4 or 5 years later, until they.
It took a while to reconcile my own insecurities, let's say.
But was it when you reconciled? Was it more like them like making touching a certain orbit, or was it that your own realization came and that even what they did before you began to see in a different light? Was it the music from then on that they had reached after those 4 or 5 years of work? They would have been working hard. I mean, I've seen documentaries and stuff about them. It was a struggle. It was not easy for them. Was it that? From then on, was it like this?
Yeah, I think so. I think I matured. My musical abilities matured. And I was, at the same time, I was able to see just how really good and competent they were, because they were really good, really.
I see. It took time to grow out of competitive edge. It's very difficult to grow out of. And what about Billy Fury?
Well, but Billy was an interesting character. He was the first Brit rock and roll artist to write his own songs. Everybody makes a big deal about the Beatles writing their own songs. Fair enough, but Billy was doing it before the Beatles, and he died pretty early, so he didn't. He was kind of unsung.
I see. And talking of, what about the Black American community? What was the music? How do you see that work of theirs in the early 20th century and into the second quarter and the third quarter? Do you remember something that you like to sing that you have played over the time, or some of the names that you thought were very important that you can tell us about, and so that we can map them as well, mark them?
Before I do that, let me try and explain something. That in my growth, in my insecurities as a young man and as a young musician, and a struggling musician, really. This is hard to put into words to really explain, but I was very aware of the gap between black music coming from the United States and white music that we were making in England.
I see.
Nowadays there's still a gap, but it's not much. But in those days there was a gap, in terms of ability, in terms of technical ability, in terms of emotional content of the songs, that type of thing. And I was very aware of this, and of course I was always trying to up my game, and but I loved black music. I loved rhythm and blues, I loved jazz, and I was highly influenced by that music. Particularly, there still is a record label called Motown coming out of Detroit. And in 1963, they started promoting their records on British radio. Actually, it wasn't British radio, because British radio in those days was non-commercial. So the only way they could promote their records was on this radio station called Radio Luxembourg that would broadcast to Britain in the evening. There was a commercial station. So every night about 10 o'clock, 10:30, they would play these 3 Motown records. Not the same ones every night. And I'd never heard anything like it. These artists, the records were just fantastic. It was the Supremes, the Miracles, the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Martha and the Vandellas, Little Stevie Wonder. It was amazing stuff, and it influenced me tremendously, and I used to listen to these things religiously. It had a huge influence on me.
I see.
Yeah.
Would you do you remember something from them? Any composition?
Let me see. Going out around the world, are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right. We're dancing in the street, they're dancing in Chicago, down in New Orleans. Can't forget Motorcell. All you need is music, sweet, sweet music. There'll be music everywhere. We'll be swaying and swaying, records playing, dancing in the street. It doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. Every guy, grab a girl, everywhere around the world, we'll be dancing in the street.
Whoa, I see.
Martha and Vandellis.
I see. Fantastic. That's great to see that. And you mentioned about jazz from the what's it called, skiffles to rock and roll, and then there was also the Cuban idea of music was also there in the U.S.
True.
What about that? And then can we talk about jazz some and how you see the genre?
Well, we'll call it Latin American music.
Okay.
Because it's actually a huge genre. I was exposed to that as a kid, because they were. You remember how I said about how in Britain they all lump all the musical things together. There was this one guy, just one guy, in Britain, Edmundo Ross, and I don't know where he was from, but somehow or other he had a band, he had a Latin band, he had a radio show, he had a nightclub, and he was very in with the upper crust of society. And I didn't know at the time, but he would do a mixture of Afro-Cuban, Brazilian samba, and other Latin genres. He mixed it up, but we didn't know any better. So even though I wasn't a fan, you might say, I got it by osmosis. So I was influenced by Latin music. Nowadays, I love Latin music. Alondra and I love to go salsa dancing. Been hard through all the lockdowns, but we love to dance, and we love Latin music. So that was somewhat of an influence for me. It wasn't like there was a missing part of my musical identity. I had a little bit of feedback in there.
I see. Anything that you can, yeah?
All right, I'll play something since you ask.
Since I asked, come on.
My guitar's getting hammered today. Yo soy un hombre sincero, de donde crece la palma. Yo soy un hombre sincero, de donde crece la palma. Y antes de morir yo quiero echar mis versos del alma. Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira, Guantanamera. That's a Cuban song. And the words, yo soy un hombre sincero de donde crece la palma. I'm a humble man from the land of the palm trees. Before I die, I want to spit out these words from my soul.
Oh.
It actually says spit. I want to spit these words from my soul. The guy's a poet. I forget his name, but Cuban poet.
Wow. Okay, spit out the words. And jazz. What is this genre? Jazz.
Well, jazz is not just one thing. I mean, there's many different forms. Jazz is agreed to have started in New Orleans around the turn of the century. And the idea was that they had these marching bands, and but I guess they got bored with playing the same old marches, so they started improvising, you know, and then it moved into the nightclubs, and there was these different genres like ragtime and whatever else, and that was the kind of music that these young men in England were playing in 1948 that evolved into the skiffle thing, just as a side note. Then jazz went into the cities, into New York and Chicago, Kansas City, and it became more what they call swing, the big bands, Duke Ellington, Count Basie, a lot of different, I mean there was hundreds of different orchestras, each with about 14, 15 guys in them. I mean, this was, you know, I don't know how they did it financially, but that was what was happening. That evolved into early 1940s in New York, what they call bebop. Now, bebop was like the difference, to put it in Indian musical terms, the difference between bebop and jazz and swing was like, swing would be like Rag Durga or Rag Vairagi. Bebop would be more like Rag Marwa or Lalit, you know, which is much more difficult to grasp for the ear and much more complex. So bebop, there was, if you, in Western harmony, you sa, ga, ma, ka, ni, sa, right? But if you extend the chord, so you're extending and it gets more complex. So instead of a simple chord being like this is a simple chord. Okay, that's just a regular triad. But you start putting extensions on, you get these kind of chords. Can you hear the complexities of the harmonies?
Yes.
So bebop, jazz, the harmonies became much more complex. The rhythms were faster. Individual artistry it required a lot more of, you know. But then, where I started to intersect with jazz, in the early 60s, there was a genre of jazz called organ jazz or blues jazz. And it went back to its roots, much more kind of organic, close to the blues. So, you know, more kind of funky, grounded, and the improvisation was simple, but it had a real drive and a passion to it. And that's how I got into jazz, playing jazz like that with Brian Auger.
I see.
And it was a lot of fun. It was tremendous fun, actually.
You remember some things from that?
Well, that was something like that. Let's see.
I'll grab some water for myself. Fantastic.
Well,
Quite distinct. Quite distinct.
Can you give me a break now?
Yes, we can. I was thinking of playing. I've shared it separately, but maybe I can play that the one that we talked of Hawaii. Can I play the? Let's share that video with everyone here as well.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let me make a. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes then. Let me play this and I'll see you soon, yeah.
Okay.
Let us see. Let me, I love that video. I'll just have to prepare this. A second. Here we go. Let me call this videos, and I'll have to, what do I have to do? I have to remove my name tag from this, and there goes my name tag, and I must put in Antion's tag. Let's place the right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, like, oh, okay, here it goes. Wherever is it? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, but that's not me. We're going to the video. Which one was that? I think it was this 4 minutes G.
Aloha ke kanaka, au hea maleoe, kamali o kapo, eia ho'i au, kamali o ke au hoku kalani, ka ahine, aloha ke kalo, aloha ke kanaka. Aia hea ka hiku, au hea maleoe, kamali o ka po, eia ho'i au, kamali o ke au aia ia oe, ka pauku I waina, aia hea ka po, aia hea ka hiku.
You know what happened? The funny thing happened that earlier when I was doing the video, I had programmed it as to end at the end. And I let the video end. So this is a new live now. It is going to be getting cut into.
I see it. It's just from my computer.
Yeah. So that was fantastic. Tell me about this recording. So this is shot where, and when was this done?
It was the recording, as opposed to the video, was done in Phoenix right now, same place, same studio.
I see.
And it was done. We started in 2001, and I think we finished in 2003. It took. I was going back and forwards from Hawaii to Phoenix, and same producer, Liv Singh, and so I should tell you about. You see, there's some depth to this, Baldeep Singh Ji. You know, I got away from Harbhajan Singh Yogi in 1990.
Yeah.
And while I didn't, one reason I didn't leave sooner was the fact I was worried about losing my Sikhi.
I see.
I was scared that if I got away from that organization, that I would lose my Sikhi. Well, when I did leave, I didn't lose my Sikhi. I kept my turban. I kept my path. But let's just say I broadened my horizons. Went to Hawaii, experienced Hawaiian culture, Hawaiian spirituality. And one of the things I could see was the need for the world as a whole to embrace the divine feminine as opposed to divine masculine. So I had this idea that the divine feminine spirituality is big in Hawaii. There's a lot of female goddesses. Female spirituality is big in India. There's, you know, the goddesses Chandi, Parvati, Durga, etc., etc., etc. So I wanted to try and do something musical that combined these two things. So I made this album called One and the Goddess after a dream that I had.
I see.
I had this dream. And in this dream, I saw this very beautiful young woman, and she was dancing and she was chanting. And she was dancing and she was chanting, "You and I are one in the goddess Shakti. Mm-hmm. You and I are one in the goddess Shakti." Well, I woke up from the dream and I said, this means something. So I took the chant, Shakti, Adi Shakti, Shakti, Adi Shakti. You and I are one in the goddess Shakti. You and I are one in the goddess Shakti. So that became the foundation of the.
I see.
I took some Hawaiian songs. I took some, Indian chants and that type of thing. And I made this album and called it One in the Goddess.
I see.
Yeah, that's where this came from. I was very influenced by Hawaiian music and Hawaiian culture, very much so.
I see. So when you went there, was it your immediately like you began to work with the musicians there, or did you find like somebody old with a memory of Hawaiian music?
Well, the culture is very much alive.
I see.
See what happened was right around the time that I separated from Harbhajan Singh Yogi was when I started going to Hawaii. Mm-hmm. And on my second or third trip there, I just happened, as you know, there are no coincidences. I happened to be outside a hotel where there was this Hawaiian show starting up, and
I see.
You could stand right outside and see the whole thing. So I had no idea, and I watched these guys singing and these dances, and I was so impressed. I had tears coming out of my eyes. It was all so beautiful. So the next day I had to fly back to San Diego. We were living in San Diego at the time. And I went to this record store, and it just so happened they had a CD by these same two guys who were singing that night. So I bought this CD and played it night and day and started to absorb went back to Hawaii a couple more times. We decided we wanted to move there.
Oh.
So we moved there. We went to the island of Kauai on the tail end of a hurricane. This hurricane happened 5 months before. 80% of the buildings on the island were either seriously damaged or destroyed. So in my work, I was a plumbing contractor. There was a lot of work for me. So we spent a couple of years getting a home set up, getting my business set up. And then after about 3 years, I had learned enough about Hawaiian culture to know that in Hawaii, all the culture flowed from the hula, the dance. It's very, very deep. It's very, very ancient. It's very, very profound. It can also be, light and casual and fun and that type of thing. But the basic part of it is very deep and profound. So after a number of adventures, I found a young teacher. He was 20 years younger than me, and he agreed to teach me. But when he said he would teach me, I could see something in his eyes that this guy's going to test me.
I see.
So I went back the next week, and he greeted me, and then he went on to teach, and he was teaching hula, what they call hula kahiko, the ancient hula, which is like done to chant like this. Ayala opele I Hawaii, eka amaila I maopele. They dance to that kind of just a rhythm on it, played on a gurud and a chant. So he taught that, said goodbye. I came back the next week, said hello, proceeded to teach. This went on for 6 weeks. At the end of 6 weeks, he said to me, he said, okay, next week we're going to do hula awana, which is the modern hula with the guitars and stuff. And he said, we're going to do this particular song, which I knew that he recorded this song. So I went home, I got hold of his album. That following week, I knew he would only teach the first verse because they do it slowly. So I learned the first verse by heart in Hawaiian. I learned the harmonies, and I learned to play it on the guitar. So next week he said, okay, I'm going to teach this song now. And he said to me, would you like the words? I said, no. And he gave me this funny look. So when he came to sing the song, he started singing, and I joined in with all the words and the harmonies and everything else. He was like, oh, okay. So we see that you're serious about this. So after that, we had a wonderful relationship, and he taught me so much. And in 1999, I entered in the premier Hawaiian chanting competition.
Don't tell me. Really?
Yeah. Which raised a few eyebrows.
A Sardar standing there and chanting Hawaii.
Well, yeah, I should have said I should find the photograph of that and send it to you.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Can you share with us what you did?
It was really long, but it kind of started. It was like 4 minutes long.
It's okay. I have 4 minutes. I think.
But I mean, it kind of started like this. I can't do that one. Let me do another one for you. This is about the island of Kauai, about the beauty of the island of Kauai. Le muki hana I ve veki avai ale ali aino ulu veki na we mano kalani po mai ki one kani o no hili mai na hala o na we mai ne loku kawai o na molo kama e o no na hea mai kambai le lau li li e ola e ke atu I malama lama aloha aloha aloha
Wow, that was very moving. Fantastic.
I have never come across any system of chanting that moves people's energy like Hawaiian chant does. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, I studied with 3 different teachers, and I've forgotten a lot of it now. But I mean, if I wanted to, I could go and get it back. I've got all my text and everything else, but it was an amazing experience.
Wow. It's so full. It's a very bounteous. It's so grounded. You can see the roots and the wings that have fluttered and taken flight.
It was a way of life. It was a way of life. Say that I come to your place in Delhi, right, which I've been to before. So I would stand outside and I would, in Hawaiian, right, I go, "Oh, Baldeep Singh, my dear friend from many years ago, I am so happy to be here to come and see you, blah, 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 blah." And then from inside you'd go, "Oh, I know you're here, my dear friend, the light of my life. I'm so happy that you've come to see me. Please come in." And that was how they related to each other.
No, but that's not what I will do. I would sing, Vikram Singh, why did you come this way? Vikram Singh, why did you come this way?
Well,
I'm not happy to see you standing on my doorway. Vikram Singh, I'll call for the taxi if you haven't got a car.
and buy you a ticket back to Hawaii. So, anyway, jokes apart, that's so beautiful. I mean, that's how they would like. It's like celebrating. It's like celebration of life, no?
Yes. And they had chance for everything. They had chance for navigation. They had chance for fishing. They had chance for growing the crops. They had chance for, the seasons, the time of year, the
Really?
time of day.
Even seasons?
Oh yeah.
Is there someone, do connect me with someone that I would love to. This is very interesting that they have, would love to explore as part of the series as well. I have not gone to Hawaii as such. I mean, in a sense, even virtually. I would love to. Do you remember, were you able to learn a few traditional chants, like to do with seasons, or anything particular that stands out to you, that comes to your mind? This is so moving. I'm very moved to hear this, that's the way they relate to chanting.
This is kind of a creation chant, if I can remember it. Ula ka unua, ia mai ka moku, hanau ka aina, hanau ke ali'i, hanau ke kanaka, o ka wai ka aina una kupuna, ke au loa, ke au poku, ke au kihi, ke au halo, ke au I ka lani, mai uli uli, mai mele mele, mai pula pula, mai hai hai. Yo mai loa ke o pakulailani o nohi noi ula. Yo mai kawai kapu kalani. Yo mai kamalani. Yo ka he vahi ka he malie. Yo ka hulali vai. O ke noai aloha e ho mai. Aloha e.
Wow, that's fantastic. This is the creation? There's the creativity?
It starts over the creations. First was born the island.
Wow. It's almost like their cosmology.
Well, they had literally thousands of chants back then. Most of them have died off, but quite a lot have been preserved. And one nice thing is there are always people writing new chants.
I see.
Yeah, it's a living art.
Living heritage in a way. Yeah, living intangible heritage. I see.
And one thing that's really neat is when I can't do this, but there's a style of chanting called wehe, which it means feeling really sad.
I see.
So when somebody died and there was a funeral, they had a chanter outside the church, right? So people would arrive for the service, and there'd be a guy outside going, "Oh, so and so has died, and he was such a great person, and we loved him so much, and it's such a tragedy that he died." So by the time everybody got into the church, they were already in this grieving mode, and they were able to like move the energy, and so it was actually a very healthy thing.
But is it the entire Hawaiian, is it like are they all Christians now? I mean, did the good news reach them? They thought their own news was bad news?
That's an interesting story. And I'd say most are Christians, different denominations. There are a lot of Mormons there.
I see.
Some Catholics, but there are others like my teacher. He was a very devout Christian, but he also believed in the old ways as well. Two of my other teachers, they were like total Hawaiian, never mind about their Christianity. They believed in the old gods and the old ways of doing things. So it's a mixture. But a lot of the old traditions die hard over there. I mean, there are places where the Hawaiians won't go because there's associated with bad energies there. It's an amazing place.
I see. I'm tempted. You'll have to find a bed for me to come. And no, that's great. Thank you for sharing that world with us.
and compliments to you for your work on these chants. How, from the chants we have the old ancient chants. That's very generic, very ancient. What they're doing there, we've done here also.
Sure.
And chants here have been merely chanted, or I've done documentation like the Manganiyars. Is Sakar Khan's brother Kader Khan used to their line is only of the Kavishar, we call them the chant singers or reciter. They just do reading. And then, of course, we have the chant singing that became ragic, melody oriented. Like a lot of Guru Gobind Singh is, and Jap, for example, there's no raga. But they're all from Ekakshari Chand, one worded line, like one line with just one word, like Ajay, Abhay, they're all one word, Ekakshari Chand. To Bhujang Priyat and Naraj Chand and so on and so forth. So they were more monotonal or non-ragic renditions. Could be Chakra Chahan Arbarana Jat Arapat Anahan Jaya, or faster Chakra Chahan Arbarana Jat Arapat Anahan Jaya Rup Rang Arek Pe Ko Kahana Sagat Ka, or Sravag Suddha Samuh Siddhadak Sant Samuh, and goes like that. Or they would Bang ke Bangali fir Hang ke fir Hanga wali Dilli ke dil wali teri agya mein chalat hain. Rohe rohele maag desh ke magele bir bangsi bundele pap punj ko malat hain. Gokha gunna gawe chin machi nakke sis nawe tibbati te aaye dog deh ko dalat hain. Jina dohe te aayo tena purna pratap payo sarv dhan dham phal phool so phalat hain. So, various kinds. I mean, in my own research and all that, I found so many ways of reciting this. Then came the chants which are rag oriented, which are, as you remember, the Lama, for example, are one in Suhi, but then the Suhi Kafi male. I've sung in the series, but just for you here and some of the listeners who are listening. Arpaladi lav par virati karam dridaya Balaram jiyo Bani Brahma Ved Dharma Drido Bhapta Jaya Balaram jiyo. And it repeats. The same melody repeats. And then the fourth lav, of course, changes. Thanks to my elders, they remember this. Ahar chauthadi lav man sahaj bhaya Hari paya Balaram jiyo Gurmukh mile asavai har man tan mitha laya Balaram jiyo har mitha laya mere prabh bhaya anadin har liv lai Man jindaya phal paya Swami har naam vajivadhai Har prabh thakur kaj rachaya dhan hirday naam vigasi Jana Nanak bole chauthi lave har paya Prabh abhinasi
Har Jatri Love. Did you find chants like the chanting, some of them like melody oriented rather than the old ones which were also non-melody oriented?
There are some, but by and large, it just goes between 2 or 3 notes.
I see.
But there are 1 or 2 styles of chanting, like on the island of Molokai, there's a chant that's particularly to the people that live in these particular valleys. And it's very unusual to hear it, but I happened to be at a lecture where this guy was demonstrating it. But it's unusual. Usually, they separate the chanting from the music. The Hawaiian music is music, just, kind of normal. But the chanting is usually, just simply like that.
I see. But there are notes. I see multiple. There's a change of register.
There's different styles. There's kepa kepa, which is like le moki hana I ve velia vai ali ali ainu nu ve hina hunano kolani po, which is conversational style, but it's still a chant.
I see.
What's that other one? There's a very bombastic style where you really like, this. I can't remember the one. I learned one like that, but I just on the top of my head I can't.
I see. I see.
Kind of thing, right?
Very interesting. Very interesting. And you then went to Jimi Hendrix later on to come back to the journey, your journey. How was it? What about Johnny Watson? Did you get to hear him as well?
No, just Jimmy.
Okay. So you never sang I'm a Gangster of Love? One of my friends in the recent past shared some of his works with me. I was like quite amazed. Quite a work. I'm a Gangster of Love. You don't sing that?
No, I'm afraid not.
And I'm just kidding. I'm just pulling your leg. So tell me about Jimi Hendrix. What was it like? And he's like...
it was
quite a player.
Okay, it's interesting how it all happened. So I was working with Brian Auger, and sometimes we didn't go out with the singers. We just went out as the band, and we would often play at these clubs in London, where were the in clubs, where the cream of the music business would hang out. And the reason why they liked us to play in these clubs was because our standard of musicianship was so high that, even people like the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, they would look up to us, even though they were the famous ones.
I see.
But our musicianship was so high. So one night in September of 1966, we were playing this club called the Scotch of St. James. And ordinary night, nothing special. So I got down there. I was down there a little earlier than usual. It was about 8:30 at night. When I walked in, one of the waiters said to me, he said, you should have seen this guy who was here last night that Chas Chandler brought in. Now, Chas Chandler was the former bass player with the Animals.
I see.
And I said, well, what about him? He said, well, this guy was wild. He said he had hair like the wild man of Borneo, and in London at the time, nobody had frizzed out hair. I don't know if you've ever seen frizzed out hair. So I didn't think anything more about it. It was just like, okay, fine, Well, about 10 minutes later, down the stairs into the club comes Chas Chandler, same guy, followed by this skinny guy with frizzed out hair. And Chas walks right up to me. He says, this is Jimmy. Hey, man, how are you? He's going to be sitting in with you guys tonight. I said, okay, great, that's fine. And I said, do you need a guitar? He goes, no, man, I'm left-handed. I said, okay, fine. So I said, well, come over and check out my amplifier. So I went up to the stage. It was a tiny little club. I had this big amplifier. And he walked right up to the amplifier. I plugged in his guitar. He walked right up to the amplifier and he goes, he turned everything I don't know if you know the joke about things going up to 11. You know, when it goes 1 to 10, right? You turn it up to 11. Okay, turn everything up to 11, and I was like, and he looked at my face. He goes, "Don't worry, man. I turned it down on the guitar." I said, "Okay, fine."
Okay, that's what they say.
So this was the night when. So what had happened was, this guy Chas Chandler, who was Jimmy's manager now, he had arranged with Brian Auger, for Jimmy to sit in. Well, knowing that Jimmy was going to sit in with Brian, because, you know, it was a really, really good band, Chas had called everybody in London. Come down and hear this guy tonight. Come down and hear him. So we played our first set, and then Jimmy got up and did about 4 songs. He pulled out all his stops and did his guitar in his mouth and his guitar behind his head and stuff like that. And so, I got on well with them. I mean, we seemed to like each other. And years later in a book, I read that he'd written about, or somebody had been interviewed and written, he said, "Oh yeah," he said, "that guy Vic Briggs," he said, "real friendly, helpful guy." He said, "Real friendly and helpful." Oh, that's nice. So what I didn't know was that, okay, so you mentioned Johnny Hallyday in my bio. Johnny Hallyday was like the French Elvis Presley. He was the biggest singer in France. I had recorded with him. Brian Auger and I had recorded with him earlier that year, and he was down in the Scotch that night when Jimmy played. So immediately his manager signed up Jimmy to go on a tour of France within a couple of weeks.
I see.
Jimmy had only just arrived in England. So he put a band together and went off on this tour. Well, we were scheduled, Brian Auger and the band, we were scheduled to be in Paris for the last concert of this tour with Johnny Hallyday, Jimi Hendrix, a few other people. So we went over there and spent a couple of days in Paris. And it was only one show. So we just finished rehearsing that day, and it was about 5:30 at night. And this guy, Michael Jeffrey, came up to me. He was the manager of the Animals, and he was also co-manager of Jimi Hendrix. And he said to me, "Want to go and get a cup of coffee?" And I go, "Yeah, okay." It's like, but he wasn't the type of guy that went out for a cup of coffee because it was a nice day. I mean, you know, he had something in mind. So we went out, we ordered coffee. He looked me in the eye and said, "How would you like to join the Animals?" And I thought for about 2 seconds, and I go, "Yes." You know, I meant going to the States, I meant touring the world. And so because he was co-manager with Jimi Hendrix, it meant that our paths were intertwined. We did a lot of shows together, and I saw him quite often. And Eric Burden, the singer with the Animals, was really close with Jimmy. He loved Jimmy. So he was always with him, and we did shows together, did the Monterey Pop Festival, we played Paris together, we played Anaheim, California together. I mean, you know, we did a lot of stuff. So that's how I came to know Jimmy.
What was it like? I mean, to be as guitarist, did he? If somebody very good comes in within, it sort of does it impact everybody? Sort of the creativity levels.
Didn't scare me. In fact,
no, it's not about scaring. It's about inspiration. It's like
he scared everybody. He scared everybody.
Oh, I see.
But literally. Several years later, many years later, in fact, 2014, considering this was 1966, 2014, I found this book in a library that was written by a good friend of Jimmy's. And in speaking about me, he said, I learned from him.
I see.
So I was like, oh, okay.
That's nice. No, that's very sweet. Yeah. And you remember, can you share something, what you did with the Animals?
Well, you know,
in Punjabi, I would ask you, "Janwaran de naal ki kita bhai suna?"
Which means what?
What did you do? What did you do with the animals?
Well, of course, you know,
Janwar. Animal is Janwar.
There is a house in New Orleans. It's called the Rising Sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And Lord, I know I'm one. House of the Rising Sun, huge hit all over the world. But I didn't play on that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first incarnation of the band. I joined the second incarnation of the band.
Wow, wow.
But we still had to play that song every night.
Oh, it's beautiful. And then?
Well,
when you came in the second edition, what were you guys doing?
Well, Eric wanted to change everything. You know, he was the leader. He was the singer and the leader. So it was really his band. He had been very influenced by the psychedelic scene on the west coast of the United States, particularly Los Angeles, San Francisco. So he wanted to do things more like that. And you know, we had some records and stuff, but within a short space of time, I joined him in November of '66. Mm-hmm. In February of '67, we were off. We went to the States. We went to California. Once I saw California, that was it. I'd had it with England. You know, I was like, I don't think so. And oddly enough, from there we went into New Zealand and Australia. So we went all around the world.
You were westernized.
Oh, well, it was. Yeah, yeah. So we just started writing our own songs and recording, and you know, we did a lot of touring in the States. We were in the States for the Summer of Love. Actually, we were between London, Los Angeles, and San Francisco for the Summer of Love, which was an amazing experience. Fred, do you know about the Summer of Love?
No, I don't.
I thought well, the Summer of Love was the hippie summer. It was when, it's hard to explain in a few words, but it was like all of a sudden people were released from years of conformity, and everybody started to dress in wild clothes and put on lots of beads and things and take lots of drugs and dance a lot. And
I see.
It was pretty amazing.
I see. And but then you mentioned about the season one that you like to play, but what I was asking you is that when you came with Jimi Hendrix in the band, can you share when you went to Paris, what did you play? Do you remember some stuff from that?
No, don't misunderstand, Baldeep Singh. I was never in the band with Jimi Hendrix.
No, I understand.
He had his own.
Yes, yeah, okay. I know how. When you went to Paris with them.
I'll tell you what Jimmy played if I can play it. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Remember this very clearly. Wild thing, you make my heart sing. You are everything. Wild thing, I think I love you. But I got to know for sure. Pretty wild.
Right. So you then, composed stuff of your own, especially when you started doing yoga. Gurbani came into your bloodstream. You translated, you recorded some of the early songs, is it?
Well, I recorded quite a lot of kirtan in the 70s and early 80s.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, did you bring the genre like the guitar and do something like many of?
No, I totally. You see, essentially, I gave up the guitar.
Oh, I see.
It was, when I left the music business, there was so much pain. I was like, I'm done. Sold my guitars.
Oh, you did. I see.
Yeah. I didn't want to stop music. I bought a sarod. I was playing a sarod, and I just wanted to do Sastriya Sangeet. I didn't know anything about Gurbani at the time. I just wanted to do Sastriya Sangeet. It's like I'm done with Western music. I've had it. No more.
I see.
Which is, I don't know if that was a wise move or not, but that's what it did. But then this would have been January of 1970. So when I started with Harbhajan Singh Yogi. By January of 71, I was in London. I was studying with Gyani Joginder Singh, as I told you.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to do anything than play Vaja. I mean, I thought that was the way to go, because that was what everybody else was doing.
Right.
So everything I did from then on for a long time was on the Vaja.
I see.
Yeah.
And from Gyani Amolok Singh, what was the first composition that you got a chance to study?
Well, that was the one I already played.
The one that you played, I see.
This is actually, I think, particularly appropriate for the time of the year. Let me. I'll get my tambura going here. Chariya fuli bandaraye, basant chariya fuli bandaraye. Hey ji chand fool har chitlaye. Jant fool har chitlaye, jant fool har chitlaye, basant chariya fuli bandaraye, basant chariya fuli bandaraye. So that was.
I see. And there was. Bhai Avtar and Bhai Gulshan and my granduncles, I think, came to England in 72, I think, the first time. So you 72, is it?
No, it's 71.
71, I see. And you met them in the very first time?
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. I was walking down the main street in Southall by the railway station, and I see these three guys coming towards me. And they just look beautiful. Yeah, they're flowing beards, kirpan, kurta pajama, just radiant, really. And it was a nice sunny day, And they saw me, and they just walked up to me and hugged me and with great gusto.
Yeah, they were tough guys.
You know how they were.
Yeah. Old warriors.
Fortunately, I had somebody with me that could translate, so I found out who they were. And of course, after that, I went to as many of their diwans as possible. In fact, did you listen to that video I sent you from Chiang Mai? I wonder if you...
Which one? I mean, I listened to all the ones that you sent. Sahib
Yes,
Samale Panth Nehale Asabe Uthe Jana.
So that guy, Kartar Singh Lalwani, who I mentioned earlier, his father died. And there was three very rich brothers, Kartar Singh, Guru Singh, and Pratap Singh. So they had a big diwan at the Shepherd's Bush Central Gurdwara, I'm sure you know that. And that's where I heard them sing that by Kartar Singh Gurjit Singh. And it's always stuck in my memory because it was beautiful, beautiful occasion.
I see. I have notated it now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll send it to you.
Love that.
And in fact, I was thinking of calling Kartar Singh Lalwani for the last 4 or 5 days. Now we're mentioning him quite a bit today. And so that was, did you get a chance to sort of discuss about the tradition, about Gurbani Sangeet, etc. with Bhai Avtar Gurcharan?
That didn't happen until later. I was still really green, very wet around the ears, you might say. Right. And I didn't have the depth to really appreciate I knew they were really good. Mm-hmm. And I knew they were really beautiful people, very friendly to me and very, very loving to me, you know. But I didn't really get what was going on, you know. I put out the lead. I didn't understand it. I was thinking about it. I ran into them in London, San Francisco, Amritsar, Delhi, Canada, New Jersey, San Diego, Orange County. I mean, I met those guys everywhere. But they came to stay with me, actually. They stayed one night at my house in San Diego, which was really nice. And I got the books, you know, the
Gurbani Sangeet,
Yeah. They just come out with the books at that time.
Yes, they began writing in the early 70s,
Yeah. But I was never able to get hold of the CDs. Although Daya Singh says he has the CDs. Have you heard the CDs?
Well, I'm the one who got them to begin to record in the early 90s.
Of course, yeah.
It took me 4 years of convincing. Then we started recording in 93. Of course, people forget who's the actual guy behind the work.
Yeah, I know.
But so, my job was to get him to record, and that was done. Yes, they were. I'll send you some of the stuff that I have of theirs. Yeah.
So I just love those guys, and they were a big influence on me too. I mean, I still sing. Har bin jiyo jal bal jao, har bin jiyo jal bal jao, main apna gur puch dekhiya avra hi tha, har bin jiyo jal bal jao. Love that composition.
Moti tha mandir usra.
Yeah. Moti tha mandir usra, ratli raha ijra, kastura kungu agar chalna, lipe aave chana, mat dekh visare tere chintane aave na. Also another favorite. I mil gur sikham, I mil gur sikham, tum mere guru ke pyare. मिला गुरु सिखाओ हाय मिला
हर किया कथा कहानियां
गुरमीत सुनाया बलहारी गुरु आपने गुरु को बन जाया गुरु सिखाओ
गगवनी निब मगे सानी बनी मागनी सगए.
Oh, we couldn't hear what you were doing. Can you repeat? Because we can't, I think the technology doesn't allow both ways, yeah. Beautiful. So this you got to learn from them, or you just heard them, or you got it?
Yeah, it was mostly by osmosis.
I see.
I mean, even Gyani Molek saying, I had 1 or 2 lessons from him, but mostly it was, I'd take my cassette recorder, record, and go home and listen.
Yeah,
listen,
of course.
listen.
That's learning only. Yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic. But there were a few competitions also that happened in the early 70s. There were a lot of convergence. Ragi Jathas in the early 70s in England. Everybody wanted to be better than the other or show that we are greater. Were you witness to that?
Well, I saw. I don't know about the competition, but I had the privilege to see Dharam Singh Zakhmi when it was with Shamsher Singh, Harikpal Singh, and Amrik Singh. You know, the original Jata.
Right.
They were really good. So that was. I mean, I couldn't really copy their style. Their style was difficult for me, so I never tried to copy them. But I loved to listen to the children.
Right. And the idea of did you ever learn Punjabi then as a language, or you always mostly have worked through translations?
I tried. मैं पंजाबी नहीं बोल सकता, मैं कोशिश करता.
अच्छा. कोशिश.
मेरा नाम विक्रम सिंह है. मैं अमेरिका विच रहंदा हां. You know, it was like if I'd have stayed in India,
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਕਾਰ ਹੌਲੀ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਉੱਚੇ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਹੋ?
No, I didn't.
That was a naughty. I mean, that was a naughty one. I asked you just to test your Punjabi skill. I asked you if you burp softly or loudly.
Well, I know a few Punjabi bad words, but we won't go.
No, there is nothing censorship. It's like Facebook. Like you can say anything. I mean, you can hate monger. It's okay. You can curate an insurrection. It's okay. So you're welcome to share the Punjabi words. It's okay.
No.
You know, I wrote on a very naughty note, naughty sort of note, all the Punjabi expletives that I heard during my election year. And from young kids in the villages. I ended up writing a poem. That's like if they would say, how did I map my election campaign? It's a poem which is only expletives. Anyway, that's the reason I asked about the language, jokes apart again, I mean jokes along rather, is that to see if you were able to interact, because most of the Ragi Jathas at that time were not, I think, English speakers. They only spoke in Punjabi. So I was just wondering about your way, if you communicated in depth, music with regards to music, with your interest as well. You didn't. Okay.
But at least I had some understanding. You know, even before I went to Gyani Joginder Singh, right? I already knew something about Shastriya Sangeet. I knew Astai, Antara. I knew how to write, to notate. Not in Punjabi, of course, but in using Roman letters. I could note. So when the first thing he wanted me to learn was Sajana Mendenal, that which everybody sings, but it was in like Tordi. And
why did you share with that with us in a moment?
Because I never learned it.
Oh, you did. I see.
That's a different conversation. I can't remember the conversation. I was thinking of one in Dadabadi. Sajana Mendenal Ondundadi Sajan, like that. But he showed me this thing in it was in Rag Todi, I remember that. And I looked at it, and it made sense. It wasn't like I was looking at, foreign language. I could see that they had a certain, I could see it Astai, Antara, that type of thing. So I had enough knowledge even back then. But of course, I couldn't read Gurmukhi then. It didn't take me long to learn to read Gurmukhi, maybe a month, 6 weeks, before I was very, very fluent in reading Gurmukhi, not understanding.
I see. And to come to your compositions, I mean, what are your favorites? I mean, if you look back now, you mentioned about Jimi Hendrix's one that you like to sing every now and then, the one that you shared. Are there favorites? Like, what are your favorite songs? Like the top 5 songs that you like from the West?
Well,
that you like to sing, yeah.
I sing. I know you want me to sing them, not just speak them.
Yeah, of course.
This is. Thing keeps going out of tune. This is a song that I really love from the 60s, but it's about harmony, about peace. It's a very loving song. Love is but a song we sing, fear's the way we die. You can make the mountains rain and make the angels cry. Though the bird is on the wing and we may not know why. Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together, try to love one another right now. Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together, try to love one another right now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs. I love to sing that.
I see.
And for people that were around in the 60s, that really touches them. It's just, it's in the heart. Yeah.
There was that also that you don't miss your waters until your well runs dry. In the beginning, you really loved me, but I was blind, I could not see. There was something like that also. Was that from the 60s or 70s?
I think that's from the 70s. Honestly, I don't remember that one.
I see. And there was also, okay, the beginning, you really loved me, I was blind and I could not see you, but when you left me, how I cried, that's okay. But then the idea of, you don't miss your waters until your well runs dry. Those phrases are, for example, your friend and, Trump can sing that song about you don't miss your waters until your well runs dry. For example, the idea of opportunity that life brings even for us all, but when, as we say in Indian, ab pachtai kya hot, jab chidiya chug gayi khet, what's the point in shedding tears now when the birds have flown with the seeds? Yes, you were singing. Yeah.
No, I wasn't. So let's see another song. Good. Oh.
I like that Kampit, the lehek in your voice. You go. It always reminds me of Gurmukhala Lagai. So first Lagai. I like that in your voice. There's a beautiful lehek, andol and lehek, the two ornaments that I see. Beautiful.
For a long time, I tried to cut it out. Sing like, say. It's not me. That vibrato is part of who I am. So.
Oh, I love that. Harbhajan is saying that that's an Otis Redding song. I think she was maybe telling me.
Well, then it must be 60s, because he was dead by the 70s.
I see. So you were remembering something from, you able to recall some of your favorites? That's one. So I said 5 favorites, so that's a point and shoot segment of our conversation.
You see,
favorite number 2.
No, I don't think about those songs. That's the problem.
That's why I'm asking you.
See,
I'm giving you a culture shock.
When I'm in conversation with my wife, right, she'll say something, and I'll immediately come up with a song to illustrate that.
Thank you for telling me that you're not enjoying conversing with me, that you enjoy conversing with your dear wife. Alondra, see, my heart's broken.
You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
I'm gagging you with your words.
Well,
I mean, my words, your words.
Let me see.
Favorite number two.
Hey, how about I sing a Hawaiian song? That's much easier.
Yes, I'm not commanding you which favorite. I have no choice. Yes, that would be beautiful.
This is a song about, in Hawaii, it's such a beautiful place. They're often writing songs about places, about how beautiful a place.
I see.
So this is a place on the north shore of Oahu, which is the island where Honolulu is, and it's called Kalena. And it's sung in Hawaiian falsetto style.
Whoa, that was fantastic. That was fantastic. Very unique voice production. Very, very melodious. And this music is what? I mean, what do they call it there? What genre? It's just Hawaiian?
Hawaiian.
I see.
Just Hawaiian.
I see.
This style of music goes back probably 150 years to when the missionaries came, because supposedly the Hawaiians didn't have that kind of melodic music before that.
Mm-hmm.
So when the missionaries came, they brought harmoniums, of course, and there were Portuguese came to Hawaii, and they brought these little Portuguese guitars, which I can't remember the name of.
Right.
That became the ukulele, which is the instrument of Hawaii, really. That's what everybody's good at ukulele then.
Mm.
And then they also have a style called slack key guitar, which I'm not going to do for you because I'd have to change all the tuning on the guitar. But it's an unaccompanied guitar sound where they're playing the bass and the melody at the same time.
I see.
It's very beautifully flowing.
I see. And coming to your, you did Harbhajan. I was discussing with Harbhajan as well. She mentioned about this. You recorded sacred songs of the Sikhs, then you recorded Evening Raga and Chardi Kala, along with Jap Sahib.
Yeah, well, I was going to talk to you about Jap Sahib because we've just redone, not the whole Jap Sahib, but Dukalam Pranasi.
I see.
And for me, the Jap Sahib is totally intertwined with Rag Bairagi. Dukalam Pranasi, Dayalam Sarupe, Sandayang Sange Bangam Dupe, Sandayang Sange Bangam Vibhute, Sadayang Sange Bangam Vibhute, Dukalam Pranasi, Dayalam Sarupe, Sandayang Sange Bangam Vibhute. But we've redone it with electric guitars, synthesizers, some kind of a spoken hip hop type thing.
Also.
Yeah, I wish I could play it to you, but my producer won't allow it.
No, of course, I know. Fair enough. That I appreciate, of course. The old one, the ones when you recorded first, do you remember some of the melodies from when you did the first recordings? The 70s with Yogi Bhajan. I think there was a lot of work that was done at that time, no?
Well, I don't remember the words too well, but Murahirade, Baso Gopal, Murahirade, Baso Gopal. Gani Molak Singh.
I see.
Rasa Rasa Gunagabu Takurke, Rasa Rasa Gunagabu Takurke, Hirade, Mure Hirade, Baso Gopal. Tum to rakne har dayala, tum to rakne har dayala, sundar sugar beanta pita prabha, ho prabhu kirpal. Except that in those days, when my voice was a lot higher, I sang it like this. I sang it like Margaram.
I see.
But now I can't do that anymore.
So, of course. I see.
But I could do it back then.
Right.
What else did I do? Oh boy. It's like, you know, it was a really long time ago. Da Shiva Bharmohe Shubhakaram Mannate Kabam Nataro Da Shiva Bharmohe Nadaro Arasyo Jabajailaro Nische Kare Appali Jita Karo Jita Karo Jita Karo Jita Karo Jita Karo There's one.
Okay. That's fantastic, fantastic. What do you think is, I mean, why music? I mean, you've mentioned about, the Hawaiian chants. They're quite sufficient, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think there is any relevance of this, like such intricacies about the ragas as such? Are they, how do you see them? Are they really necessary?
Well, it depends on, you know what, it depends where you're at in terms of your consciousness and your awareness. I mean, I've loved Shastriya Sangeet, Gurbani Sangeet for almost 60 years. Oh, 55 years, right? And I'm not going to stop. But I feel there's a bigger issue, and that is the bigger issue is to get the message of Gurū Nānak across to people in the world in a way that they can grasp it. Because if you can, I mean, look at 3HR, the start of 3HR. The songs were very simple, you know. I mean, and you see, there was no Gurbani until I brought it back from England. There was nobody to do Gurbani.
I see.
But the songs were very simple, right? And people, you know, people could relate to it. People, happiness runs in a circular motion. Love is like a little boat upon the sea. Everybody is a part of everything anyway. You can have it all if you let yourself be. So, you know, people, there's no great profundity in that, but people, they felt good when singing that, you know. So when I came back from England with Gurū Kirtan, to the American Sikhs, if you want to call them that, I got a lot of negativity and opposition.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Not a lot, but there was an undercurrent of, we don't need all this stuff.
Interesting. What was it like? What was the opposition about?
Well, you have to understand. Now we're getting into the history of 3HR.
Yeah.
You know, the movement. So it started off as a yoga movement. It started off as a yoga hippie movement. It was 99% or 90% hippies, right? So they were in this kind of very. Remember I told you about the summer of love.
Yes.
Nobody wanted rules. Everybody wanted to forget the rules, just do what made you feel good. The yoga made us feel good, right? So Harbhajan Singh was very careful not to bring in too much Indian stuff. I mean, he would, you know, suggest that. Because when he brought in too much Indian stuff, people started to get negative.
Oh, I see.
They wanted to do the yoga, but they wanted to live a hippie lifestyle. And so, you know, when I came back from England, I was fanatic, see. I was fanatic.
See.
You know, my wife, she said to me, she said, I can't imagine what it's like sleeping with a guy that wears his kirpan in bed, but that's, you know, that's
I see.
So a lot of people that were into remembering from the earlier days, I mean, you know, 3HR had been going, started in '69, and this was been really '72 when I came back from here to live in California. And a lot of people were wary, like, what's this guy doing? What is this stuff about? And yeah, there was a certain amount of negativity.
Interesting.
But there was a certain. There's actually a lot of negativity towards Sikhi per se. Didn't want to be Sikhs. They wanted to be yogis, practice yoga. That's how it was.
And then how was it then? How did it evolve? Because many people then became Sikhs. I mean, Yogi Bhajan told me himself, he's my neighbor, you know that in Islam. But he said that I just came to teach yoga, make money. It was my business. It was just the grace of Guru Ramdas is how he would say that that's not what he really wanted. Of course, it just came to teach.
I can't say what he really wanted, but did you ever meet a man called Gurū Teg Singh, journalist?
Which one? I know a couple.
Well, he was an interesting character. He was a good friend of mine in London.
Oh, not that one. So I was looking at Guru Charan from here in Delhi. I see.
Well, this guy he'd been a protege of Bhai Baldeep Singh. He got involved in Akali politics. He was close with Master Tara Singh, some Fateh Singh.
Yeah, I don't know that guy.
Okay, well, but he came to live in London. The thing was, he had gone to college with Yogi Bhajan.
I see.
And they were pretty close. And he said to me once, he said, I remember Harbhajan Singh saying to me way back, he said, I think I've got an idea about how I could make Sikhs in the West. So,
but that was it was later. No, it was after he taught yoga, and once the movement became, only then.
Well, but who's to say? I mean, you couldn't trust what came out of his mouth. He said whatever was appropriate for the moment. That's the truth.
Yeah. But I mean, me and him had very candid moments. I mean, there was no BS it's just, the time we discussed, I was at the ranch and he was making parathas for me. There's nobody, right? He's just making parathas for me and we're sitting, having a breakfast. He saw me through the lens because he knew, we had many debates until then already. So, but then the idea was very, very honest in that sense that I just came, there were of course circumstances why he left. I mean, it was not it was a difficult moment in his life when he had to leave from here. But so his initial intent was genuinely, I was asking him questions as a researcher. And I can see it when I'm interviewing and talking to people, researching, whether I can trust or not, right? So that's a moment where I see that he was very honest, saying that he had no intent of anything to do with Sikhi. In fact, that he himself said that I had no idea what to answer. I mean, when it all began, I then created a way that I would ask them, give me the questions in the night, and he would study in the night and have the answers in the beginning. So he said that I had to study a lot about Sikhi there, and which matches with everybody who knew him here. He had no grounding, no learning, no pedagogy he never underwent a good Sikh pedagogy as such. He was not an exegete, for example. I discussed with him stuff and so on and so forth. So it was interesting for me, and that matches with when you mentioned that initially there was nothing about Kirtan there. It was just the hippie yoga thing. That matches with what he's telling me. It is not contrary to that. And that was very interesting for me to know. And so when did it begin? I mean, when did the Kirtan, so you came back in 71, 72 with Kirtan.
Right.
And when did you see Gurbani and Sikhi come in?
Well,
was it very quick like this? Within 2 years, things began to change, or it was a slow introduction?
He had this trip to India in 1971. Right. But there was no Gurbani on that trip. I mean, there was a bunch of hippies in India. I mean, that's a whole other story. I wasn't on that trip.
Okay.
But I think it was 1974 when he went back, and there was a couple of, there was particularly Ramdas Kaur. Do you know Ramdas Kaur?
Maybe. I mean, I may have met. I don't remember. Yeah.
Ramdas Kaur, you might say, was the second after me real lover of Gurbani Kirtan.
I see. Yes, then I know that. Yeah, the one who. Okay. Yes.
So I'm not quite.
I know about her. Yes, I know about her. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure where she learned, but she became really every bit as fanatic as me. She was not into Gurbani Sangeet. She just was into Kirtan. She didn't have that musical talent, but she was very devoted, and she was kind of like the figurehead. She was the one because I think it was easier for women to learn from her than to learn from me. You know?
Right.
I mean, I'm kind of a demanding teacher, and I have to do
I see. Niranjan has just mentioned Ramdas Kaur came to one of my courses. She studied from me as well. I didn't realize. Niranjan just told me. Yeah, I see.
So Ramdas Kaur really became the figurehead for Gurbani Kirtan in 3HO. And starting with her, and there were others, Ganga Bhajan Kaur, Premka, she learned Gurbani to sing. You know, so it became more of a women's thing. That the men in 3HO, by and large, didn't do Kirtan.
Oh, she's passed away of Alzheimer's. Her bhajan just wrote my
she passed the last, I think,
Okay.
And so it really became more of a woman's thing. There was hardly any men in 3HO did Kirtan, at least back then. And I always had this problem because I never had anybody who could play with me. There were a few tabla players, but sure they learned tintal, but their tintal was like chopping wood.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't learn. You know what I'm talking about. Everybody learned.
I exactly know what you're talking about.
You know. So, but the idea of having that kind of flow and swing in tintal, there was nobody who could do that. So I never, all my early years in 3HO, I never played tinta or adita. I just didn't because, you know, and it's only recently in the last 10, 15 years that I've been able to develop my classical side with that kind of thing because, you know, I just didn't have the support back then.
Is it that people still saw you as a rock star guy, like the untouchable, that they were not, how could they sing with you, play along with you? Were they intimidated because of your musical background within music?
You would have to ask them that. I mean, people seem to like it well enough.
No, that they like, but in the sense of jamming or playing along, were there other musicians? I mean, there were other people like Harbhajan also had a background in music, etc. Were there other people who were in the early 70s who had a music background who were taking to Gurbani or other yogic singing?
Well, if there were, I can't really remember any.
I see.
I actually felt very lonely.
Oh, you did.
Not only that, but I can honestly state that in 1972, to the best of my knowledge, there were 0 ragis in California. 0, none. So it was, you know, I was like number one in the field of one.
I like that. Number one in the field of one, yeah.
Yeah, we used to live in Northern California, San Rafael, just across the Golden Gate Bridge. Yogiji made me go every weekend, every Saturday. We would get in our car. Initially it was just me and my wife. Then we got some other stalwarts to come with us, one of whom played tabla. Every Saturday we'd drive to Yuba City Gurdwara, you know, the Tierra Buena, the original one, right? We'd do Kirtan for maybe 6 people, and you know how big that Gurdwara is. That's a 1,000-person Gurdwara. Yeah. We do Kirtan for 6 people. They give us some langa. We turn around and drive back. Every Saturday for 3 years. Almost, I mean, not almost every Saturday for 3 years. I see. Because there was nobody else to do Kirtan then, you know. And it was a very, because when we first started going to Yuba City, there were chairs in the Gurdwara. I mean, now there's chairs in the Gurdwara. I know people are bringing them back, but in those days, there was chairs, and people would take a chair in the middle of the divan and sit on a chair in the middle of the divan like that. People would come in with their shoes on, people wouldn't bother to cover their heads. It was bad. They had this beautiful Gurdwara, and it was being very disrespectful. And my wife was saying the other day how she and the other ladies, they'd pick up head coverings and they'd walk around the Gurdwara and they'd drop a head covering in somebody's lap. They wouldn't say anything, just drop a head covering in somebody's lap. But then what happened was, after a few months, Baba Mihan Singh, Nanak Sarwale, he came with a jata. They stayed there 4, 5, 6 months, I can't remember how long. And they didn't make a fuss, but just they started to get everything in line, just so nobody came in with their shoes, people would cover their heads. But it was a difficult time.
Who is Gurū Nānak? Tell us how you see Baba Nānak and his legacy, relevance today. I have, again, I'm born in Punjab, born and bred and irretrievably spoiled in Chandigarh. My dad was in the Air Force. So we traveled, right? I've lived far away from Punjabi culture. We were always in the military cantonment. You also are not from Punjab as such. So how did you see, after, of course, now in the sense that over the years, since you've gotten more and more, how would you tell about Gurū Nānak to the world today, to the people who will listen to our conversation in the coming future, in the near future, and as long as recordings remain in the cyberspace?
Are you familiar with the book Tajuddin's Diary?
No, I am a certified illiterate.
No, you are not.
I am.
Come on, man.
I have no time to read. I have thousands of books, and I tell them these are the scripts. Okay. This way, maybe I'll tell you this way. All these acharyas and shankaracharyas, they put 1008 in the end, right? Is the number of scriptures they have read. So I write too. I write at 1008. But then I say, these are the ones I've never read.
Okay. Well, Tajuddin's Diary, which I don't say this kind of thing very often.
Of course I know about him. Come on, just tell.
But you know the story, right?
No, but you tell, Just because I know doesn't mean anything. You tell me as if I don't know it. Because there are listeners who wouldn't know tomorrow, day after tomorrow, the day after.
Okay. So in the 30s, there was this guy. He was Muslim in Punjab. He was Punjabi Muslim. His father was a very high up, whatever they call, I don't know what they call high up Muslims. His father wanted to take him on Hajj. So they went on Hajj, they went to Mecca, they went to Medina. And his father told him, this young man, he said, I'm going to meditate. Why don't you go and enroll at the university in Medina and do Islamic studies? And the guy already knew Arabic, he already knew Persian. Okay. In the library in Medina, in the university library, he found a handwritten manuscript by a man called Tajuddin, who had literally traveled with Gurū Nānak on his journey to Mecca. So this man, who eventually became Sikh, he got very excited by this manuscript and eventually was translated into Punjabi, and not too long ago was translated into English.
Okay. Can you repeat that again? There was a connection issue. Can you repeat that a time ago? Can you repeat the last line?
Sure.
About English.
Yeah. So this man, Saeed Pal Singh, because he eventually became a Sikh, he translated this manuscript from Persian. It was written in Persian, because Tajuddin was Iranian or Persian. He translated it into Punjabi, and recently, not too long ago, it was translated into English. Okay? And it's available as a PDF, as everything is these days. In reading that gave me a much better idea of the humanity of Gurū Nānak, and let's say, to use a modern term, how he operated. because I've read Macauliffe's Life of Gurū Nānak many times, cover to cover. And it's, it's nice, it's inspiring, and I enjoy reading it. But it's very stylized, it's Victorian style writing. It's a translation of of the Janamsakhis and whatever else. Somehow or other, this eyewitness account of traveling with Gurū Nānak made me feel a closeness to Gurū Nānak Sahib that I never felt before. He would go to a town, he would sit outside the town, wouldn't go into the town, and just start to sing with Mardana. And the people would come around and he would teach. But mostly he'd just sing. And what can I say about Gurū Nānak? The energy that surrounds him and his memory, or not his memory, because he's still very much alive. But the energy that is around Gurū Nānak is without, it's unprecedented, it's unique, it's amazing, and it touches my heart very, very deeply whenever I think about it. So Gurū Nānak was very, very special, very, very unique. And it's a pity that the world doesn't know about him. They should know more about him. But not the intellectual, because not to criticize those people who've made films about Gurū Nānak. They always come across as the intellect. Yeah. But the thing about Gurū Nānak was his love. Actually, all the Guru Sahib, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, especially Guru Gobind Singh. Everybody thinks of him as the warrior, the fierce, blah, blah, blah. But there was so much love. You remember that Maharaj, what's his name? I've forgotten the name of it. Who's the Punjab Maharaja? Ranjit, yeah. Maharaja Ranjit Singh. I'm sure you know this story, but I'll tell it again. He sent word around the kingdom, right? Is there anybody here that saw Guru Gobind Singh? And they found an old Muslim who had seen Guru Gobind Singh when he was a very, very small boy. And Maharaja Ranjit Singh said, well, what did Guru Gobind Singh look like? He said, I can't tell you. Because when I looked in his face, there was so much light that I couldn't tell you anything about his appearance. All I saw was light. That was the power of Guru Gobind Singh. So if Guru Gobind Singh had that kind of power, what kind of power did Guru Nānak have? Overwhelming presence, overwhelming love, overwhelming peace, overwhelming anand, bliss. That's what Guru Nānak is to me.
And how do you see the idea of sacrifice? I heard you speak one, but of course there was a different context with the Shahidi. I was asked, for example, when there was my very dear friend, brother-like Italian journalist Nello Delgato, when my friend Dr. Tiziana Lorenzetti and her Institute of South Asian Studies, they marked the Great War, the First World War's contribution of the Sikh armies in the liberation in the First World War, and there was, I think in 2015 or 20 something like that, it was that. And I was asked about, I also was invited, it was very kind to include me in the program. And part of the interview I was asked by Nello about the idea of Shahidi, of martyrdom amongst the Sikhs, and it was 2015, so the idea of the ISIS and all that was happening, the kind of passion where people were just willing to kill themselves, kamikaze-like endeavors, and thinking about heaven, that they're going to go. And so there was a question about what do I think of, or what do the Sikhs think? And the question, of course, was very, it was addressing to something very dark. It was all to do with death, but I shared with them a thought that the concept of Shahidi among the Sikhs is a little different. We are not eager to die.
Right.
For this is the heaven that we know, where Taha Bekunt Jai Kirtan Tera. Our Bekunt, our heaven is here and now, where there is Kirtana, where we can praise and contemplate in the name of Allah, in the name of Akal Purkh Parmeshwara, that this world for us is not out of any sin, that this is the gift, Manas Janam Vad Punne Paya, or Gur Sevate Bhakti Kamai, this composition is there, no? Agamavai Bhajo Govind Bhul Mate Jaho Manas Janam Ka Ilaho Gur Sevate Bhagat Kamai तब वे मानस देही पाई इस देही को सिमर देव सो देही भाज हर की सेव सो गुर सेवा दे भक्ति कमाई तब ए मानस देही पाई इस देही को सिमर देव. The gods and goddesses worship, they contemplate, they do, they serve to get a body, get this body to be born again. And you have got it. Wake up, meditate, contemplate in the name of Parampur Parmeshwara. So I told him, I said, our concept of this world is totally different. You have someone willing to be a martyr, because then a heaven awaits where there are lakes of wine and streams of alcohol or whatever, the chastiest single malts flowing, women upon women, and you have some of these priests talking about, oh, you have a woman and then you will not be filled with that woman, but when you look around, look on the other side, there will be another woman. So that's the kind of fantasies that you hear. I said, we are not given any of those fantasies. Our idea of Bekunt is about the celebration of creation and the creator, the gift of life. So perhaps that is the reason the Sikhs are known as the greatest warriors, because we are not on any intent of leaving. I said, we fight for this, for the heaven here. We fight for peace here. We fight for love here. This is the Parmeshwara's space. This is the Khalsa, Akal Purkh, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. This place is purely of the Creator. It's done by the Creator, not by any sin, not by any devil. Even the carnage is the gift. Gurū Nānak, as I said, when he sees mayhem, murder, looting, the only person he complains to is the Kartar, is the Creator. So he was shocked, it was shocking. So how do you see the idea of sacrifice, where of course we have a sword, but it is, we don't go around taking some good news. Oh, let me tell you the good news, there's Gurū Nānak came. How do you... Yes.
Okay. Because in this, I don't know how much is happening in India, but in the West, United States, Britain, God knows where else, there is this debasement of masculinity. Mm-hmm. The feminist idea that we don't need men are, and it's affecting, this whole zeitgeist is affecting men very deeply, particularly younger men. Mm-hmm. Right? What people don't realize is that the nature of manhood is sacrifice. When you're a man, right, you duty, you take care of your wife, you provide for your children, you create a home. This requires sacrifice. You can't go out, when you're a young man, you go out, play games, play sports, you drink a lot maybe, take drugs, whatever else. But there comes a point where you have to grow up. You have to be a man. And being a man is about sacrifice. Being a man is about duty. You have to really feel yourself as a man, as a masculine male. You have to define what your duty is, and you have to live up to it to the best of your ability. If you're not doing that, you're not a man. End of story. You have what do you have? What do you have if you don't have your goal in life, your duty, and you don't perform that duty? So when that duty extends to helping people in a place like Syria, where this guy Ravi Singh, he's always going out there and feeding people and stuff like that. That's just an extension. It's an extension of masculinity, of what a man should be. It's Khalsa, the concept of Khalsa is really, as far as I'm concerned, is the height of masculinity. Because it's a complete man. It's a spiritual man. It's a family man. It's a man that takes care of his duties. It's a man that's prepared to stand for righteousness, for the whole of humanity. I mean, what could be better than that? That's, so Shaheed, and if you happen to get killed for doing this stuff, well, too bad. So what? But we don't go out and seek to get killed because we want to go and experience that's, you know what I'm doing.
The heaven.
That's it. Heaven, right?
Yeah. But then what is you talk of masculinity, what about the idea of woman then within that space that you talk of, the Khalsa and the responsibilities of a man, the sacrifice, is that like sacrifice is sort of only a man thing, or a woman can also have the idea of sacrifice? Or when you say man, is it the noun thing? I mean, you're talking about both man and woman. Well, I mean, from what you were saying, it seemed like a man.
If you disregard all the nonsense that's taught these days, right? Women can do anything. They can pretty much do anything a man does, up to the limitations of their physical body, right? Which is that's not going to change.
I don't have a womb. I mean, I can't have a child. So, man also has limitations.
Okay, but the thing is that women have another duty. The duty of, I'm not saying it's the only duty of women.
Of course. Yeah.
But women have the duty to bring children into the world and to nurture those children. And that is, in a sense, the most important thing, because it's the continuation of the human race. So in a balanced society, I'm not saying the women only take care of children and do the home, but they make that a priority. The men make it a priority to protect their women, to look after their children, to bring in enough money so that they can live comfortably. This is a balanced society. When you run a society, say, anybody can do whatever they want. Yeah, okay, fine. That's fine. But what happens when the society starts breaking down, like it is in this country?
Right.
So, there's a lot of nonsense talked about how there's no gender, but the fact of the matter is that men and women can be equally righteous. Women can certainly, we have the examples from the Sikh history of like Bhai Baldeep going into battle. And there's plenty of stories about women that picked up swords and went into battle. But that shouldn't really be necessary. The idea should be that the men should be able to protect the family unit, protect the community, if it's a village, if it's a district, if it's a country. That's what men are for.
Right. And how do you see, we've seen all this thing about the Aquarian age, coming of the Aquarian age, right? Well, it's still Kali Yuga.
It sure is.
How do you see life now? You mentioned you're 45 born. You've seen a few decades go by and world has changed like never before, as if it was not already changing until the 40s, but you've seen it change dramatically. It seemed slow, but now you can look back and you can see the dramatics within that idea of change. What do you think is this? I mean, why this world? I mean, what are we? I mean, what is this life?
I've been thinking a lot about the concept of, recently, of fulfilling one's spiritual destiny. Now, I'm just talking about on an individual basis. Never mind about the obligation to the panth, obligation to the country, obligation to whatever, right? I believe that we come into this world and we have a certain task that's allotted to us. How we fulfill that task is up to us. That's really the big test of life. You know, are you fulfilling your spiritual destiny? Now, looking at you as a test case, I believe that you are. I believe that you came with the destiny of preserving heritage of Gurbani Kirtan, Parat and Reed, and I believe you're doing it. It's not up to me to judge how well you're doing it. That's between you and God. I came to this earth with, you know, obviously I had a task to bring Gurbani Kirtan to Western people, and I believe now I've got a task to bring Gurbani in such a way with Western music that people will appreciate it, and you know, that's what I'm doing, and I feel pretty good, in as much as I don't feel like I've failed. I think I'm doing fairly well in fulfilling my spiritual task on this world. So that's where I'm at. Other people I can't judge. It's not for me to judge.
Yeah.
But for me that's what life is about. You come here with a particular set of tasks. I won't say just one task, but a particular set of tasks to do, and how well you're able to do them. That's the test. That's the test.
Right. And in 90, you said you left. Why did you leave then?
Because it was obvious to me that the corruption at the highest level of the organization was unsustainable.
I see.
Now there were other reasons, but that was the root of it, really.
I see. Okay. And thank you. Really, it was absolutely fantastic. If you want to share something before we call it a fine day, it'll be wonderful.
What will be done? 4.5 hours?
Whatever. I don't count hours, especially when they go by.
Oh, I know what. Why do you have that recording from my latest recording session?
The
Jump
one. Yeah, that I played at the beginning. Yeah.
Oh, you played at the beginning.
Oh, at the beginning, I played the 2 minutes of the photo frame with your photo. We've played that, yeah.
Okay, well, let me play something that. Oh boy, this thing keeps going.
Yeah.
This is my attempt at Hawaiian Kirtan.
Oh, really? Tell us about that first. What do you call as Hawaiian Kirtan before you play? Yeah?
Well, I'm being kind of.
I see. Okay.
This is based on a when you know the video with me singing at the beach with the ladies dancing. That you played earlier.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of taking that and extending it into Gurbani.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mohi, mohi, tohi, antar kasa, tohi, mohi, mohi, tohi, antar kasa, kanak khatuk jalat rang jaisa, kanak khatuk jalat rang jaisa, tohi mohi, mohi, tohi, antar kasa, jo pe hamla paap karanta hi karanta, jo pe hamla paap karanta hi ananta, patit pavan nam kaise hunta, patit pavan nam kaise hunta, tum jo naik achho antar jami, tum jo naik achho antar jami, तब थे जन्ने जानी जे जन्नते स्वामी, तब थे जन्ने जानी जे जन्नते स्वामी, शरीर आराधे मोख विचार दे, शरीर आराधे मुख विचार दे, रविदास समदल समझावे को, रविदास समदल समझावे को,
Beautiful. What a pada Bhagat Ravidas and Tohi Bohi Mohi Tohi Antar Kaisa. Kanek Katek Jal Tarang Jaisa. And the first paragraph is love. I just love him for that. His Jaupe. If I weren't the sinner, hey, you endless one, how would you have gotten the name of a forgiver? You bloody owe your forgiveness is to me.
I love the.
It's just extraordinary.
I love the sentiments, the way Bhagavad Ravidas expresses his, the way that he talks to God, you know.
Even Pagatana, no, is Pukhya Pagatana lijele, Mala apni lijele. I'm not going to meditate until you're hungry. I'm not going to die of malnourishment meditating until you take away your rosaries. I don't want it. It's extraordinary. I mean, so beautiful. I mean, this so shows, and you know, it's metaphoric, and it's the reverse. I mean, you take back everything, take away anything. I'm not where you relate it. It's the Dadrishtan. People think it's very romantic. It's romantic plus, you know, it says Teri Guru Amar Das when he says Teri Bhagat na chodo kya ko hasa. May anyone, you know, however much people may laugh, but I'm not going to let go of the bhakti. It's the same. It says, Pukhya Bhaktana ki jai, le mala apni li jai, which simply is the reverse of it, that come what may, I'm going to dukh bhi tujhe aradna, sukh bhi tujhe tyahi. It's a beautiful take on that. I'm so glad that we could spend the time. This is the 175th Baiṭhak of the YaarAnād series, and I was so looking forward to our conversation. We had planned it for some time, but if people were to...
I've had time getting the photographs together.
Can you? I didn't want to say that now you expose the whole story. I mean, look at it, people. He sent me like horrible 72 DPI images. I love the images, but they were like, I wanted to make a nice poster. And he's sending me like an ordinary photo. I mean, what does he think I am? Like, you know, he can feed me just any photo. Huh? Then he sends me the photo with his right and left. I wanted something, you know, something sexy. So it took me about 3 months to get a nice photo. Next time when we meet, me and I'm going to conspire with Landra and we're going to fight with you. We're going to quarrel with you. But I'm so glad we could spend some time and map your journey. It's just extraordinary. It's this eye-watering. What an eclectic path. What a way. Fantastic. I mean, from rock stars, the world of rock, and what was it, skiffle, shuffle, yeah. I mean, I hadn't even an idea that something like that existed, and then to have you, what a journey. Something I miss in people is that they don't have a sense of journey in their song or in their poem or in their writing. And they just don't. And for me, you know, when you mention the story of, Gurū Nānak's travel, with, Tajuddin's memories of his pen down, the discovery of the book. But it's to do with journey again, you know. It's like how it's like those from the world of travelers, voyagers who...
It's a concept in Western mythology, the hero's journey.
I see.
It's an important part of Western consciousness. That's why almost any movie worth its salt, there's a hero or a heroine, could be a heroine, but they go on this journey of exploration where they wind up finding themselves.
Yeah.
It's central to human existence. If people don't have that, what do they have? They sit at home, watch TV, who the hell knows?
What channel do you watch? Do you watch Fox?
I burned my TV years ago. I do not watch TV.
What was that Newsmax? Maybe are you on social media? Newsmax conspiracy theories?
Newsmax, yeah. But I don't watch it, but it's there.
Are you a conspiracy theorist?
Of course.
It's lovely, always lovely, and we laugh a lot. Of course, now people know that we talk a lot.
We teach each other a lot. By the way, how's your Italian?
Non male, parlo poco.
Oh, molto bene.
I was caught up for like 5 months in Rome, stranded because of lockdown. Yeah, I came at the end of May, and then I've been locked down ever since in my living room. First, I was in my study, my ex-study upstairs.
Right.
I was stuck there for quarantine of the 7 days. Then I wouldn't come down. Now I came here and I'm glued to my dining table, which is my makeshift studio. Look at my light. I mean, makeshift lamps with paper, with paper on top. We just writing a lot of music.
Great stuff.
But I hope to see you. Are you caught up still because of the lockdown, or you'll be going to Hawaii soon, or you're going to be here doing recordings and work and all that?
We're hoping to get the recordings finished. We're due to fly to New Zealand on the 9th of February.
That's where you live now, no?
Well, technically, yeah, but seems like every time we come to the States, we spend more time in the States than in New Zealand.
Oh, I see. But do you like the Prime? I hear the Prime Minister there was a better option than the one that you had there.
Well,
The New Zealand, she's quite famous out in the liberal circles.
let us not go there.
But yeah, that's Hawaii and New Zealand. Both islands have not. I've been to Australia, but I've had so many invitations to go to New Zealand and Hawaii, but I've never ventured. I haven't been to South America also. It's been, quite some trying to recover heritage and consolidate it, document it, and so on and so forth. So I hope to see you soon when you come to India or when our paths cross. It will be a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah.
Thank you, Baldeep Singh.
Yeah. See you soon. Sat Kartaar. Vahe Ji Ka Khalsa, Vahe Ji Ki Fateh. So friends, that was my conversation with Antion Vikram Singh. He was joining me live from Phoenix, Arizona. And I hope you've enjoyed the conversation, and we will see you soon in the next, actually coming Saturday, and I will share the posters and information when we are closer to the day. It's quite a journey, quite an extraordinary journey. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you all for joining. I see many of you have joined, many of my students joined, and I'll have to get back to the class. There are some who are still singing. Since 7:30 my time, it's 2:30. It's like 5, 6, 7 hours since. So I will now sing some with them. Have a wonderful week ahead, and I'll see you next, I think, Saturday. Khuda Hafiz, Namaskar. Very good morning if you're in the West Coast, Hawaii. You would be waking up. Very good evening to the ones in Europe. And I'm sure the ones in India are already snoring loud. Sat Kartaar.